Tiada secantik bahasamu, ku gubah lalu menjadi lagu. Tidak setanding paras wajahmu itu menjadi rindu. Andainya bulan retak 1000, bayangmu ada di mana-mana. Jika kaca berderai, luka tertusuk mataku lelapkan, lalu ku cuba coretkan secebis lambaran buatmu.
Assalamualaikum Dr. Aisyah. Dr. Aisyah. Assalamualaikum Dr. Aisyah. Doktor dah masuk ke?
Waalaikumsalam Dayah.
Doktor, Doktor, saya serahkan bengkel ni pada Doktor ya.
Okay. Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertamanya saya ingin ucapkan terima kasih kepada UTLC dan juga kepada pihak UUM, terutamanya kepada pengarah lah Prof. Auziah. Boleh dengar saya ya? Dan Puan Hidayah yang telah pun membuat koordinasi. Saya minta maaf lah, background saya ni agak meriah sikit. Hari ni saya saya buat kat bawah dan saya pakai laptop yang tak ada virtual background. Hari ni saya tak pasti sebenarnya how do we start and what is the expectation. I think pertamanya tadi saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada UTLC. Yang kedua, I have to declare that I am not a professor in assessment, neither I am a professor in education. Jadi pada sesi hari ini, apa yang saya harap kita dapat berkongsi adalah best practices ataupun some research in assessment, especially in exam, how to prepare for the online examination, because that is a topic given to me. Dan sebenarnya nampak sangatlah kan saya pagi ni memang agak kelang kabut dan sangat nervous sebenarnya. Kenapa saya sangat nervous dan kelang kabut? Sebab honestly Prof. Auziah sendiri adalah professor in education. And I know that UUM is having reputable and great faculty of education. So you have all your experts there. Not to mention, UUM also has published in response to COVID-19, has published basically a guide on how to deal with the online assessment. Sebab universiti lain kebanyakannya sebenarnya keluarkan a generic guidebook on the online teaching and learning. However, I think UUM you have a very strong quality assurance unit such that we recognize when it comes to teaching and learning, sebenarnya pesyarat tak ada masalah when it comes to teaching and learning ni, dari segi teaching methodology. We talk about scholarship of teaching and learning, I think you are all well aware about it. However, when it comes to assessment is a big thing lah when it comes to remote online ataupun some people call it remote learning. Then we having so much struggle. Not only the assessment itself is complex and it comes with these principles. The fact that we have to do it online is one thing. We have to do it remote is another thing. So there are three things there that we have to take care of when it comes to remote online assessment. And the topic given to me today is not only remote online assessment, it is more specific. Here we are talking about remote online exam. So you can see the challenges and also the struggle is a little bit more. Therefore, I do hope, as I mentioned, I'm not an expert, neither I'm a professor in education. However, what I'm going to share today is very subjective. You are more than welcome to share your practices. You are more than welcome to comment, to give your opinion. And I'm here as a person to share what I have practiced so far through my longitudinal study that I've conducted ever since pandemic COVID-19 hit us in Malaysia in roughly March last year. Right? Hidayah, boleh ke introduction macam tu? Ke saya
boleh Doktor.
Okay, from time to time, I do hope that Hidayah will assist me on the questions daripada chat box, sebab normally bila kita buka ni, kita tak nampak chat box kat situ. Feel free just to unmute yourself at any time. I think because as an academician, I think we very much appreciate a good academic discourse. Actually, I really love that rather than nak buat quiz ke nak buat so and so. Right. Without further ado, I think let me share my screen. By the way, I love the poster. Let me share this. Boleh nampak Okay. Right. By the way, before we begin, saya boleh scroll dan ada nama lah dekat bawah sini, participant semua. Patutnya disebabkan oleh rasa menggelabah dan rasa nervous ni, lupa pula nak tanya khabar. I do hope that everybody in Kedah is doing well and in safe condition. Okay ke? Kita ada Associate Professor Dr. Halimah. Prof, okay Prof? Di UUM.
InsyaAllah okay Doktor.
Sebab saya tengok cases di Kedah pun boleh tahan sekarang ni.
Betul Doktor. Tapi sebab UUM sendiri pun jadi PPV juga. So Alhamdulillah mostly kita insyaAllah yang attend ni Prof, okay, sihat Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Sebab kita ni ada dalam zon yang agak tepu. Kalau saya letak di MySejahtera tu, kalau saya nak keluar, saya tengok memang about 200. Last 2 week was 300 within 1 kilometer. So you bayangkanlah kalau about 200 plus or 300 within 1 kilometer tu rasa memang tepu sangat lah. But whatever it is, we do hope that all of us will be given a good health and semoga kita dilindungi lah. Apa-apa pun saya rasa kita perlu teruskan hidup, dan here we are talking about something that is quite pertinent, something yang we can do something about it, and also helping us to prepare for what we need to do in the next semester. And I'm sure majority of us also share the same kind of belief that some of our experience that we had so far during the pandemic will stay and will be the new norms. So basically, the remote online test and exam may be allowed in our higher learning institution. And in fact, if we look at the future direction of higher learning institution, we are also moving towards micro-credential. We are also moving towards urbanicity. Have you heard about it? Urbanicity? University that actually using a concept of Uber. We have no physical infrastructure, and I think UUM has done it. So it's not anything new to UUM, because UUM have a satellite campus in KL, and not all your students are actually in campus in Sintuk. So it is just a matter of now we need to leverage the experience that we had for the past 2 years until today in our future practice very, very soon. So we're gonna look at exam, and I think this is the common scenario lah that saya nak tanya sekejap Dayah. Is there any amongst my participant, am I allowed to speak bahasa, or I need to do it in English all the way through? Dayah?
Rasanya boleh cik English juga.
If there's an international participant and you have struggles,
Sebab kita open, saya pun tak pasti sama ada kita ada international participant atau tak.
alright, okay. So basically you open it up also to non-UUM staff, is it?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so I will try very much to stick to English in case there is international participants. However, from time to time, I do hope that you can apologize for me putting a little bit of bahasa here. So I think this is actually our typical exam hall. This is not a dedicated exam hall. This is actually our sport complex in UMP Gambang. You can see that we need to have a special space when it comes to examination. We need to get the staff to prepare for the exam hall. We need them to arrange the chairs and the tables at a distance. And there's quite a lot of effort being put in preparing such an environment. The reason why I take time to explain this is because this whole routine that normally need to be done by our support staff, by our exam section, having to arrange the space and everything, all this while during the face-to-face session, we lecturers, when we go into this hall, everything is ready. But I think we are all very much aware that when it comes to remote online exam, we are the one who have to prepare everything. We have to prepare the exam hall. We have to prepare the report. We have to prepare every single thing except for obviously the schedule and the time slot for our exam. So how do we prepare for our remote online exam? Is very, very much similar to how the face-to-face exam need to be prepared, except that now the space, like what we see here in this illustration, is physical. But when we talk about online, remote, the space is no longer physical. The space is cyber. So that's the main difference between them. However, the characteristic and the process and the procedure on how we should prepare examination to ensure that our examination fulfill the quality assurance requirement and able to preserve integrity and also fairness and all that, we need to prepare them exactly like how we normally prepare examination in the face-to-face situation. So that is roughly what we're going to discuss today, including how are we going to formulate examination questions for the purpose of remote online. I like to show a quote from David Bout. For your information, David Bout is one of the scholar in assessment. I personally met him in Helsinki when we had a SIG meeting on assessment, because there are plenty of experts in assessment at that particular time. He actually wrote a lot of journal paper on assessment in higher education. There are also other scholars in assessment in higher education, such as Chris Russ and several other people. I particularly like to read their work because there are plenty of practices that they shared in their journal paper that we can adopt and we can adapt and we can experiment it and find it for ourselves whether it works or not for our students. So he mentioned here, in this paper, the one that I quote here is that he mentioned that a lot of time we are so interested. We spend so much time talking about how we should teach, how we should teach. We are talking about scholarship of teaching and learning. He wanted scholarship of assessment to be put on the same level, and in fact better than scholarship of teaching and learning. And I personally do agree with him when it comes to we should now looking at the scholarship of assessment. The reason being, when I in my early career years as lecturers, I spent at least first 3 years to find ways how to teach, how to change my intonation, how to interact with my student, how to make better PowerPoints. After the first 3 years, I found that whatever improvement that I do in terms of improving my teaching does not have a direct impact on my students' performance. And I wonder why. And when I look at my data, ni masa mula-mula kerja as a lecturer dululah, from 1999. When I look at my data, I said to myself, why is it that when I change the way I speak, how I teach, I use this method, this and that, when I experimented good teaching methodology, my students' performance do not show significant improvement. So I wasn't satisfied. So when I look at my own data, I realized that, students' performance is actually measured from formal assessment. For example, final exam, lab work, coursework, this and that, and also tests. And then I realized that if I want to improve students' performance, I need not only I have to do good teaching, but I also need to improve my assessment. And that was the turning point when I decided to spend more time to research on assessment in higher education. That's how I came about the work from BOUT, the work from Chris Ross, the work from other scholars as well. And I also found that these people believe that, and in fact, the fact that I am also, I used to be University Malaya lead auditor, and we are all aware that the gatekeeper of quality is assessment. If your assessment is not good, be it assessment in the factory, in industry, or in higher education, you cannot get the quality. So here, all I'm saying is that you don't have to agree with me, but David Bout mentioned that students can escape from the effect of poor teaching. They cannot, by definition, escape from the effect of poor assessment. And one thing about assessment in higher education, because it is not centralized, it is not controlled by the Ministry of Higher Education, neither it is controlled by your institution. I mean, your institution control the management of the assessment. However, when it comes to questions, what questions do you give to your student? How do you design your assessment? Is all very much depends on individual lecturers. So bayangkan kita lecturers ni sangat-sangat berkuasa sebenarnya. So if we do not improve our assessment practice, and if we still struggle to actually find out whether our question is appropriate for second year student, for example, not only second year student, is our question appropriate for second year student, for MQF level 6, for example, for degree program? If we're still having that doubt, I think it is only fair for us to do a little bit of research and find out whether our practice is correct or incorrect. Because at the end of the day, with all these results, we're going to award our students, and with this award, our student will have to find whether or not they will be able to get a job, or whether or not they will not be able to get a job. And another perspective of assessment that I would like to begin with, so that we do understand the bigger picture. And in fact, yesterday and also this morning, the Global Forum in Higher Education is still going on. And yesterday we have been reminded about two things that I would like to start here today. One thing is about, there is a trend now, we are talking about value education, and also we need to ask ourselves, why do we assess our student this way? What is it that we would like them, what knowledge or skills, knowledge and skill when being put together becomes competency. What competency are we trying to develop in our students that they highly needed to function in society, to function in the workplace? I think that is the basic questions that we need to ask when we design our examination or when we design our assessment. So we have been reminded yesterday during the forum that especially when it comes to assessment, be it in a TVET sector, be it in whatever sector it is, we have to ask ourselves, why do we assess? What kind of skill are we talking about here? And when we crafted that assessment question, we have to ask ourselves, are we really going to drive the skills and also the knowledge that is intended in that particular course or in that particular program? So this is what assessment is all about. But when it comes to examination, as I mentioned, this is going to be another level, because examination is only one type of assessment. There are other types of assessment as well. We also going to have a look at it. But before we go micro or deeper into examination, it is also best for us to, again, to do a little bit of reflection, ask ourselves, why do we assess this way? So with that, I would like to actually I have a Mentimeter for you to participate if you don't mind. This is a word cloud, and I do hope that you can go to Mentimeter and participate, putting the code 4121016. And the question is, I use test quiz exam because what? Is it because they are simple? Is it because somebody asked me to? Is it possible for you to participate before we proceed? Let me have a look at the Mentimeter results here. Mana saya nak letak ribbon ni? Okay. Belum ada lagi respon. Boleh ke masuk Mentimeter tu? Can you go into the Mentimeter and participate? Boleh je cakap Melayu. Alhamdulillah, sihat. Alhamdulillah. Okay, good.
Prof, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Kod dia atas screen tu ke, Prof? 4121016.
4121016. Boleh ke?
The code, right? Itu ke? Okay.
Betul. Just a quick one. Perhaps some of you would like to grab a coffee as well. And your breakfast. While others go into the Mentimeter. Belum nampak lagi jawapan. Dah keluar? Okay, I use exam test quiz because they are efficient, the only one available. They're measuring what I want to evaluate student, correct? Because they are crucial. More coming because they are appropriate. They're convenient, yes, they're convenient. Because you do one and you don't have to do anything else. They test understanding, correct? The measurable, convenient seems to come out bigger now. The easy depends on the type of test exam that you put up. Wow, you are all very great, very fast. They generate quick results, yes, if you use auto grading. If you not use auto grading, if you have an essay type of exam as well, there are also ways how you can do quick grading as well, if you like. That is also something that we can discuss. Compulsory in the syllabus, I do agree with that. And that's also the whole reason why I have to find a ways on how to do better exam online, because it is compulsory by my university. It measures levels of understanding for students to check the reliable requirement by universities, easy to show learning. Right, okay. Thank you so much for your participation. And I think the biggest day that we have in the word cloud is we use examination because they are easy, or perhaps this is the type of assessment that we are so to, and this is also the type of assessment that our student has been drilled ever since they go into school. They're convenient, they're measurable, they are simple, and also these are also the type of assessment that is required perhaps by the institution, by your institution, right? Okay, let us move on to our presentation here. Okay. Before we go into exam, and also the reason we actually use exam, I would like us to reflect and to get the feeling of exam. I'm not sure about you, but definitely students are very nervous about exam. Be it you do the exam in a group of students, they still get very nervous. Be it the exam in a form of individual, that makes student even more nervous than if they have to do the exam in a group. This is a poster that I took from the internet. You can see here, sampai ada majlis solat hajat, baca Yasin, good luck note, this and that. Why? And I think as parents, if we do a little bit of reflection, if our children sit for important or big standardized examination like SPM, PMR, am I correct to say that even parents take leave? Even parents get so stressed up when it comes to exam. Betul tak? Ada tak siapa-siapa yang ambil cuti kalau anak dia sit for exam? Parents and teachers pergi dekat surau, pergi dekat masjid. We have been recommended while our children sit for all these standardized exam to recite Yasin and all that. Kenapa agaknya? So let's investigate why exam have such an impact to not only students but to parents and to the general public as a whole. Is it good or is it not good? I will leave it to you to appraise and to answer it yourself once we have gone through all this session today. As I mentioned, you can see this is the guide. This is the guidebook available for UUM staff. And you can see, as I mentioned just now, you have a specific guidelines for remote learning assessment. And if you look at chapter 2, almost everything that you need to know has already been crafted in this particular guidebook. Right. However, as I mentioned today, what we're going to do is we're going to discuss the main feature of test and exam that actually created that stress and also nervous amongst students and also parents and also lecturers. I don't know about you, but whenever that I need to invigilate my paper for examination, be it face-to-face or be it online, I myself got very nervous, normally because I don't know whether, although the question has been vetted, but sometimes when students ask you questions, you realize that the questions are not really as good as what it was intended. Sometimes you missed certain points. Sometimes it was not rightly phrased. So those are the kind of hiccups that may happen during the examination. So I think examination put a lot of us in a situation where we can get uncomfortable about. And we will look at why is it so. And after we discuss the main feature of examination, then only we're going to move on once we understood what's the main feature and why we have to preserve that feature in the remote online environment. Then only we can start to plan effective strategy on how we can conduct remote online exam. We cannot plan for effective strategy to conduct remote online exam if we do not understand the feature of examination. There's no point of we doing something without we preserving the feature of examination in the first place. And finally, we do hope that we're going to discuss, or we're going to look at several other approaches or methodology on how we can conduct not only remote online exam, we can conduct digital examination, because I think after the pandemic, we will move on into digital exam, because I think we are all aware that we are moving towards digitalization, and higher education is not basically tak boleh lari lah daripada digitalization, yeah. So we're also going to look at how we can move on to digital exam. So I would like to begin with this, and you can see this is an excerpt from the guidebook from UPM, yeah. And here you can see some of you said that I use examination for your information, test, quiz, final exam, midterm, they are all examination. So what make a type of assessment, although the name of the assessment can be different, for example, test, quiz, although they sound differently, they spell differently, but they are categorized as examination. Therefore, it is important for us to understand or to look at what are the main features of examination, right? So in this case, you can see traditional assessment or exam can be in the form of objective tests. And when we talk about objective tests, it can be in the form of multiple choice, true, false, matching, and all that. And you can see from this illustration that the reason why people are actually using the objective type of examination is because they are highly practical and reliable, as you mentioned just now. They are easy, they are simple, can be auto-graded. However, they are also subjected to guessing, right? So, and also difficult for teachers to write high quality items that clearly understood by students. And I don't know whether you can actually use objective tests to measure critical thinking, other domains of learning, for example. I'm not sure whether you can do that as well. And there's also another type of examination. This is the one that I use and I'm gonna discuss today. That is this subjective type of examination or subjective test. This can be in the form of short answers, essay, or fill in the blank, you call it. And see that there are strengths for why we use such examination, and there's also some weaknesses on the use of such examination. If you look at the guidebook from JBT, for example, if you look at either ICGPA guidebook or MPU guidebook, MPU especially, you will be able to see that because the assessment that is highly recommended for the we have three learning domains, right? The cognitive, affective, and also psychomotor. The highly recommended assessment for affective domain is not examination, right? And that is why in MPU book, if you have a chance to have a look at it, it is said in the book that examination is limited to 30%. And I would like to take this opportunity to clarify this a little bit. The word examination mentioned in that guidebook is not meant for final exam. The examination meant in the guidebook is actually referring to examination as defined as what we are trying to define here in this session. So it can be in a form of test quiz, it can be in the form of short essay throughout the learning process. It doesn't have to be final exam, and it doesn't have to actually cover all the topics that students have learned. So we need to understand that when we talk about examination, although majority of us and also students, when we talk about examination, what appear in our head is always final exam, midterm, final exam, midterm, but examination may not necessarily be only final exam or midterm. It can also be test quiz or all kinds of examination, as long as they fulfill this main feature. So what is the main feature of final exam, of exam, sorry, not final exam, right? So if we look at the main feature of exam, exam is a type of assessment where we give questions, same questions to all students in the same space, same time. We talk about same space, be it in a cyberspace or be it in the physical space. And it normally in a form of pen and paper, used to be, okay. And I think we all realize that when we are talking about exam, this is the type of assessment that we give student no feedback. So during the exam, in the exam hall, although student can actually ask us some questions to get us to clarify the question in case student don't quite get what the question meant, then we can explain to them. But we cannot give student feedback during the exam such that we would like student to develop further understanding. That kind of feedback is not allowed during the exam. And normally exam is meant to measure cognitive ability, right? And I think we agreed, majority of us will agree that exam is a type of assessment where we do not actually give questions beforehand, right? If we give question beforehand, then the assessment is alternative assessment. We give student time to go about the questions. But exam is a type of assessment where we give the question on that particular day. And the fact that we give students same question in the same space, we put students in an observed condition, and that's the whole reason why we put students in an exam hall with an invigilator, with procedure on how to deal with student if academic dishonesty or cheating occurs. And the reason for all this fuss is because we would like to make sure that students produce original individual work, and the work is solely of an individual. That's the whole thing. So the illustration on the right hand side is a prompt for us to remind ourselves, should we use examination or should we not use examination? I would like us to again challenge and question ourselves back. Why we use examination in our subject? What is it that we would like to measure? And why is it that we need to measure it that way using the examination? And at the same time as well, we know that this is the main feature of examination. Now that we have to do it in the current situation, in the remote online environment, can we ensure that the work is solely of an individual? Can we ensure that student can be in an observed condition, right? Can we keep the first main feature? and other features as well. So those are the kind of things that we need to question and we need to ask ourselves before we select this type of assessment. But for those who do not have the luxury to select, for example, I myself, because we inherit the subject, and in fact, we have to just implement the subject, and it is a directive by the university that we need to conduct the exam. We have no choice, but we have to actually conduct the exam. And when I have to conduct the online exam in March, midterm, okay, I had no option but to revisit what is examination is all about, and that is how I came about all these points. And I then realized that I cannot keep the same way, the same question as I use in the face-to-face scenario, but I have to do something about my practice at that time, because I still need to conduct my exam in a quality control condition, and I have to make sure that the exam is having the exam features as what it is supposed to be. And Daya, boleh saya tahu kalau ada soalan setakat ni?
Tak ada, Doktor.
If there's anybody like to share your take or your opinion before we proceed. Kalau tak ada dulu, as I mentioned, at any time, please stop me. Don't let me just continue. And just chip in and just share whatever that you would like to share and whatever burning in your heart. If we were to look at the main feature of examination, now that we know examination is actually having those features, am I correct to say that even before pandemic, and in fact, recently when I refer to several journal papers on this, I found that even before the pandemic, the issue of making sure the last point, the work is solely of an individual, the issue of wanting to curb students from cheating, okay, has been around before examination was online, before remote. And we put a lot of energy, a lot of effort when it comes to examination to make sure students don't cheat, to make sure students don't copy each other, don't plagiarize and all that, right? And that is also the reason why we put students far apart if it's in an exam hall. So all those energy that we put, if we ask ourselves again, is it correct to say that, or we have been actually put in a situation where we need to ask ourselves again? Actually, this is actually from one of the webinar that made me realize that the energy that I put all this while in making sure that my examination question is authentic, to make sure that students don't cheat, and I actually adopt strategies to reduce cheating for online exam. I realized during that webinar that all those time and energy that I put was actually putting myself in a position where I begin assessment with mistrust, meaning that I do not trust my student to be honest about on sitting examination. Right? Sebenarnya benda ni hangatlah kalau kita nak ada academic discourse. Bolehkah kita trust our student to produce their sole individual work in online, especially in the remote online condition? And as I mentioned, when I refer to some journal paper, even before pandemic, when people practice online exam, it was found that there was an indication that if you do online exam, the chance of student cheating is higher. And recently there have been many papers as well indicated that it is true that during the remote online exam, the occurrence of cheating is higher. Again, as I have to apologize, and I also have to declare that when it comes to education, it may not necessarily be right 100%, and it may not also be wrong 100%. So as I mentioned, this is very subjective. You may agree or you may not agree with it. But I'm just sharing what I've found from several journal papers, because it is also part of my current research at the moment. So there are many forms of cheating in examination, and that is also the reason why our quality assurance unit and also MQA have actually suggested to our higher learning institution to move away from exam, and now we should consider a much stronger form of assessment, that is alternative assessment. And 2 months ago, I was invited by UTEM to talk about flexible assessment, and this was also new to me, flexible assessment. But I also found that not only alternative assessment is the way forward, but flexible assessment is also worthwhile for us to consider as well. So all I'm saying is that when we talk about examination, there is an issue of mistrust between two parties, between student and also lecturers. And here today, we're going to look at a few things. One is how do we deal with cheating? What can we do to countermeasures cheating? And journal papers also discuss about students. Most students actually are aware, and some of them are not aware, okay, of the countermeasures. But I'm sure majority of you are also aware that students are smarter than us lah. And now there is such thing as contract cheating. Are you familiar with contract cheating? Ada tak dekat dalam chat? Contract cheating. Tak ada. Are you familiar with the term contract cheating? Have you heard of Course Hero, for example? Student actually during pernah dengar?
Doktor ada orang jawab, no, not familiar.
Not familiar with contract cheating. So saya pun masa mula-mula cari journal paper pasal cheating, banyak sangat sebenarnya dalam search engine tu contract cheating. Saya ingatkan contract cheating ni untuk subjek law ataupun untuk law punya discipline. However, contract cheating is a term used where students actually pay another party to answer for them. And I'm sure you must have heard or familiar with, for example, Course Hero, banyak lagi lah sebenarnya. Commercial platform for students to submit their assessment tasks, including exam questions. And all this commercial platform will create an answer for the student and give it back to students. Sebenarnya some platform ni tak mahal sangat untuk student hantar satu soalan dan dapat jawapan sebenarnya. So those are what we call contract cheating actually. And it is going on in not only in Malaysia, it's everywhere. And in fact, in the US, there is one higher learning institution that is working on a software to countermeasure contract cheating. Macam-macam lah when we talk about all this. So all I'm saying is that you can try and type your exam question or your assignment or whatever it is, and you will be amazed whether or not your questions and also your assignment are already up there in one of those platforms where students actually sell your questions and other people can actually buy the answer to easily get good grades. So those are the issues that we need to be aware of. And the reason why I take a little bit of time to discuss about all these things, because later on, when we talk about strategies, if I go straight away into, oh, these are the strategies for you to deal with your exam. This is how you should write your exam question. If I just give you the method, if you do not understand the actual reason why we do that, it's not gonna be effective, because you won't be able to fight it the right way. So it is best for us to know a little bit on what contract cheating is all about and what kind of cheating can student be involved in. And in here you can see this is the paper that I take this from, and it says here that cheating can be in a form. I know that there are many other forms of cheating, but nevertheless, this is the list that perhaps we are familiar with. It can be in a form of impersonation, having somebody else's to sit in the exam. Majority of student saya, mak dia duduk sebelah pun ada. Tak tahulah mak dia boleh jawab engineering question ke tidak. Ada yang they have all the family members, okay, sit together with them. And recently we had what we call a SOTL chat. I had my mentor, Prof. Raja Masna, who used to be with UUM as well, Dr. Meng, Prof. Rohana from UITM. Those are my SOTL mentors and my SOTL group. We discussed about this, and Dr. Meng mentioned about nowadays it become trends for students to sit for the exam in cafes, and I'm sure you are aware, students sit for exam in kalau student saya lah, saya tengok sebab depan rumah saya tu, dekat Gambang tu, depan rumah saya tu ialah rumah student bujang. Saya tak tahulah duduk berapa orang. Normally student satu rumah duduk 10 orang. So bila exam lagi lah, mereka memang berlonggok untuk jawab exam. And in fact, when I actually asked them to switch on their cameras, and some of them are actually sharing the same laptop to sit for the exam. So memang exam tu dibuat secara berjemaah lah. Okay. So basically, those are realities of students sit for exam, and I think we need to understand so that if we cannot do anything about them, doing the exam collaboratively. This is the term that I challenged my SOTL group the other day. I mentioned to them that I think there is nothing wrong about student sitting together and trying to, because Dr. Mem mentioned that students argue. This is what happened when you have a discussion with students about their conduct. So students argue that for them they are not cheating, because during the exam what they do is they sit together, they discuss about the question, but when it comes to actual answering the question, writing the actual exam script, that is individual students' answer. If you ask me personally, I do accept students' argument, and I do agree and I accept those methods. But you may not agree with me, and some of my colleagues may not agree with me. But collaborative effort in answering exam question now is a trend. It's something that I think we cannot put aside and say that students should not do that, because we do not have any what we call control when it comes to remote online. And also, if we look at point number 2, forbidden aids. Forbidden aids meaning that during the exam, if we in a physical exam, right? Sometimes we don't allow students to use a programmable calculator kalau sekolah lah. At university, I think they are allowed to do this, but perhaps they are not allowed to use certain documents or certain tools. And I think we need to ask ourselves, when we design our exam, if we want to fight cheating, is point number 2 is something that we're going to relax upon, or whether we're going to control it. If we want to control it, do we have means to control it? So these are the kind of things that we need to think about when we design our exam questions, and also the strategies that we're going to take in order to reduce cheating. Another forms of cheating is speaking. I think this is also something that we cannot control if it's done remote online. Peer collaboration, as I mentioned just now, this is also something now becoming trend amongst our students. And I found from my experiment that I conducted for the last 3 semesters, even those students perform peer collaboration during the exam, the fact that the question is authentic in nature, which we're going to look at how we're going to craft it today, they still cannot copy their colleagues' answer. Although they were able to pick, they were able to discuss, their individual answers are different. I will show you some evidences later on. And outsiders assistance, as I mentioned, and also perhaps some student can actually get help from the staff as well. So those are the common, I suppose, the common forms of cheating that when we would like to prepare ourselves and our students for exam, something that we need to have a look at. We need to have a deeper understanding and consider whether or not we have the skills to countermeasures, and whether or not we have the tools to countermeasure. So those are the forms of cheating that perhaps we can have a look at. Okay. And to avoid cheating, I think we are all aware, saya tak tahu dekat UUM, do you have proctoring devices and system for you to use? Ada ke? Let me have a look. Dekat UUM ada ke? Maybe Dr. Teo, would you like to help me? I'm sorry if I... Kalau face-to-face teaching, you are not allowed to call out names. They call it... perhaps I would like to invite Dr. Zuraida, maybe. Do you have proctoring devices or system in your institution for exam purposes?
We're not aware of, Prof.
Not aware of. Sebabnya di institution saya memang tak ada. We do not have one. The one that we have, yang paling ada pun yang biasa tu lah, yang datang dengan LMS ataupun yang kita embed dalam LMS, that is the lockdown browser tu lah. Okay, lockdown browser. But this system is not cheap, and it also requires training, and normally you have to subscribe to a certain company if you need to use proctoring devices. And also nowadays there are companies like Inspera that will help institution to conduct your exam on your behalf. So those are basically the in thing about how can we conduct examination online, so that we can preserve integrity and also validity, and also for the purpose of accreditation. But because we do not have the luxury of proctoring devices and also tools, we need to consider what we call countermeasures. Yeah. So the common countermeasures lah bagi orang macam saya yang tak ada proctoring devices. Sebab UTM saya tahu they spend I think about 40k. 40k tu dapat pun tak cover the whole UTM for proctoring devices tu sebenarnya. And it's very limited. So the rest of the university community will just have to deal with exam, and the fact that research have shown, our experience also have shown that students do involve in academic dishonesty when it comes to examination. So we ask students to sign what we call the honor pledge form. Berkesan ke? What do you think? Boleh tak kita dapat sikit feedback? How many of you make it? Is it compulsory in your university? How to prevent this?
Yes,
Ni
we
like,
do. Ya, ada juga on the platform tu.
Ada platform. Tapi have you measured whether the platform is actually effective as a countermeasures?
I don't really care about that one. Dah suruh buat je lah. Tapi kan I don't really trust it anyway.
Dr. Aisyah, saya buat is good, is effective for my class.
Yes.
Saya before dia punya assignment, saya akan buat form ni, I call it assignment cover sheet.
Yes.
And then is a contract. So masa tu I think I start 2004 dah. Because I got this experience from when I was doing my degree and master, they have did. So I applied lah. And my student dah tahulah konsep contract. Kalau dia dah pledge kan, kalau dia buat salah, so saya tunjuk kat dia lah, you meniru. So we have a sort of evidence lah.
Yes.
So I think so far lah, not 100% prevent plagiarism or cheating, but they understand what it mean by contract, what it mean by integrity. Maknanya individuality and originality of doing the assignment lah.
Thank you so much. This is 2.6.3 ni is an excerpt from UUM punya guidebooks. So you have been highly recommended in your guidebook for students to sign an honor pledge form. I also actually macam tak percaya lah kan whether pledge form ni berkesan ke tak. However, as I mentioned, if we would like to improve ourselves in scholarly assessment, ni saya nak campaign sikit lah untuk kita go for scholarship of assessment because we have been all the way through go for scholarship of teaching and learning. What I did was I collect data. How I collect my data, I actually obviously paling mudah sekali buat Google Form survey lah, tanya student whether the platform ni ada efek ke tidak kepada dia punya rasa how do you say rasa bersalah lah kalau dia cheat, adakah dia akan mengekang dia punya cheating ke tidak. The first cohort said that yes, the platform do have an impact on them wanting to make sure that the answer is solely theirs. So ada kesan lah juga. And also last week I also found another journal paper again by Nguyen tadi tu. When they investigated whether or not this type of countermeasure berkesan ke tidak, sebenarnya there are cases where it has been reported that yes, the honor pledge form is indeed one of the measures that is quite effective for some students. So we will look at the various countermeasures, and I will also allow you to help us to understand whether those countermeasures is going to help us or not when we conduct online exam, or whether it is not going to help us. Right, so that is in terms of platform. Apart from platform, actually, there are other ways of doing it lah. For example, again, this is the table from UUM document. You can see there, if you do conduct your online test and examination, and in order to curb students from copy each other, you have been recommended to limit the time for student to answer each question, randomize your questions, and if it's an essay questions, long essay questions, and perhaps you want to use Turnitin to check plagiarism. I'm not from your quality assurance unit, so I will not go through how this need to be done, but when I need to face or to deal with online exam, as I mentioned in March, Prof. Raja Masna sent this to me. She always there to give help. And I found that, oh wow, this is a very, doable, simple advice from the internet. 14 simple strategies to reduce cheating on online examination. So I told myself, why shouldn't I try them out? So out of these 14 strategies, I actually adopted 10 of those, and I'm sure majority of you must have adopted at least several of these measures, countermeasures, when you run your online exam. Okay. Sebenarnya dalam UUM punya guidebook, dia ada, saya suka guidebook UOL tu sebab it begins with a definition of what is online and what is remote learning. Ada beza yang satu online, satu remote learning. During the pandemic, what we are experiencing, it's not only online, it's remote. Sebab tu saya guna perkataan remote online. Bila kita kata remote online ni, maknanya students dekat dia punya locality lah. Tapi dalam masa yang sama, kita pakai online. Sebab kalau kita tengok anak-anak kita dekat sekolah, PDPR is not online learning. They are home-based learning. Tapi kita dekat universiti, kita memang pakai online learning. Regardless, our student do have devices, conducive infrastructures and learning environment, regardless of whether they are connected. We imposed on online learning. Itu beza antara higher education dengan KPM yang untuk sekolah tu. Sebab sekolah tak pakai online learning. Tetapi kita di universiti kita pakai online learning, so kita kena faham kita punya scenario and ecosystem. So when it comes to exam as well, not only we are practicing online exam, we are also practicing remote online exam. Ada dua perkara dekat situ yang kita kena jelas. So from these countermeasures, and I'm sure if you type 14 simple steps how to reduce cheating, you should be able to get this article, and you should be able to read more if you do not get exactly what it meant by, for example, restrict testing windows or prohibit backtracking and all that. There is a small explanation, and it is very chewable for us to understand. Hidayah, boleh tak saya nak minta Daya untuk naikkan dekat chat link kepada bahan?
Bahan yang kemarin tu
Yeah.
Dr. Asha, may I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the previous slide, it mentioned that one of the way how to countermeasure is limit the time for answering each of the questions. So my question is there any standardized guideline that indicate okay, for comprehension, knowledge, applications, questions, okay, has a specific time for the student to answer it. Is there any guideline in Malaysia? Okay, for example, soalan pengetahuan kan, mungkin kita boleh bagi 1 minit untuk objektif, okay, or subjektif, maybe within the time, ada masa dia lah. Itu yang pertama lah. Okay, another question is, according to our syllabus, we have assigned the CPA, the cognitive level, okay, for each of the CLOs. So when we conduct an assessment, we need to follow the CLOs, okay, based on the CLOs. So if the number one here, create question that require higher order thinking. So if you create a question that is not aligned with the CLO, the C for the CLO POA, so is it okay for us to be tested the student? Okay, it's not maksudnya aku janji dia lain, tapi kita test lain. So that's my second question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ya Allah, tak keluar dekat dalam participant ni siapa yang tanya soalan. May I get your name? Macam tak elok lah kalau kita tak panggil, tak tahu pula siapa yang tanya tadi tu.
Nama saya Hadi.
Hadi, Dr. Hadi. Thank you, Hadi. I love the question. I think they are such an important question. I think question number 1, is there a guide on how long should we estimate time untuk satu-satu soalan? If you type Haji Nazri OBE, Haji Nazri arwah 2000, sebelum tahun 2020, he passed away. He used to be the trainer for MQA untuk learning outcome, untuk assessment, and ada resources dekat dalam laman web Haji Nazri on how to come up with exam questions on assessment. Dekat situ sebenarnya ada guide untuk soalan jenis macam ni berapa minit, untuk soalan jenis macam ni berapa minit. Sebenarnya saya tak masukkan dalam slide hari ni because I thought perhaps staff UUM dah well trained lah kan on the how to come up with how to write exam question, how to come up with exam question, all that. Jadi saya tak masukkan. Tetapi sebenarnya memang ada guide. However, walaupun ada guide, as I mentioned, at the end of the day, the subject matter expert is the one yang akan tetapkan apa masa yang appropriate. If the question need to be answered, kalau exam tu dibuat secara on-site, ataupun kalau exam tu dibuat secara online, ataupun exam tu dibuat secara remote online. Ya, ada 3 senario dekat situ. So, apa basic guideline yang kita perlu hold on to? One is, for any assessment, tak kira lah examination ke, authentic assessment ke, case based ke, whatever it is, first of all, I think you need to, bila kita buat soalan, kita kena sit down, kita kena letak soalan tu, saya tak tahulah what is other people's practice, but actually this is the advice. If you write exam question, or if you write whatever assessment instruction, you write it once, you put it aside. Okay, obviously masa you nak tulis exam question tu, you must look at your learning outcome, and you have to make sure that it is of the correct taxonomy levels. It have to be measuring what it's supposed to measure, meaning that the stem of the question ni maknanya dia punya soalan asal dia dalam description soalan tu, soalan yang tengah-tengah yang memang nak ukur tu mestilah mengukur learning outcome tu. That is what we call the stem of the question. So the stem of the question must measure the learning outcome. So bila kita dah tulis soalan exam ni, kita letak tepi. Kita letak tepi 2-3 hari, lepas tu kita ambil balik soalan tu, kita baca balik dan kita tanya diri kita, kita faham ke tidak soalan tu. Dan kalau everything semua dah okay, stem of the question align with the learning outcome, this and that, barulah kita letak sekali lagi, dan the next day ni perhaps kita sit for the exam. The lecturer must sit for the exam manually. Katalah kita nak student jawab soalan tu essay ataupun soalan calculation, whatever type of questions, katalah recorded ke whatever lah, we ourselves must go through the exam exactly the way student have to sit for the exam. Time it. So when you sit for the exam and you time how long it requires, not only itulah sebab soalan tu datang dari kita pula subject matter expert, mungkin kita tak memerlukan masa untuk berfikir. Tetapi whenever that I crafted question for my students, I will always allow thinking time. Sebab dia perlukan masa untuk baca, untuk faham, lepas tu untuk dia craft dia punya structure of the answer, lepas tu barulah dia akan perlu ada masa untuk menulis dan menjawab soalan itu. Jadi, all I'm saying is that although we do have a guidelines on the time required for student for this type of question, however, the best way to determine how long each question need to be answered by student is by the lecturer to sit for the exam themselves. Okay, time it, and then you kena tambah dalam 10 to 15% lah, lebih kurang macam tu, masa yang you perlukan untuk menjawab tu. I have experienced quite a number of times lecturer soalan telah di-vet oleh faculty dan soalan tu dah dibagi pun waktu exam, student tak boleh jawab. Kenapa student tak boleh jawab? Bukan student tak boleh jawab, because lecturer set soalan tu, lecturer buat jawapan tu, betul lah lecturer sit for the exam, tetapi lecturer tu masa dia simulate, dia jawab soalan exam tu, dia pakai Excel. Dia tak payah tekan kalkulator, dia tak payah buat garisan, dia tak payah nak buat table secara manual pakai pen and paper. So those takes time. So all I'm saying is that if we, for example, take or adopt questions from a textbook, for example, or from somewhere else, and especially if the answers is in the forms of tables, we need to make a little bit of preparation. Macam baru-baru ni, PKP 3.0 TKL, memang kita tahu kedai buku tak boleh buka. Jadi waktu tu student saya, one of the questions, dia kena buat dalam graph paper. Jadi student tak ada graph paper. Nasib baik saya teringat, soalan saya ni ada kena pakai graph paper, tapi kedai buku tak buka. Sebab seminggu sebelum tu anak saya suruh saya beli foolscap, and seminggu sebelum tu nasib baik Giant section yang jual stationeries masih lagi boleh buka, tapi lepas tu sebenarnya bila keadaan dah jadi teruk, even section yang jual bahan-bahan alat tulis pun tak dibenarkan untuk buka. And during that time, my student need to sit for the exam. So I told myself, I had to change my instruction such that it allows student to answer. Macam tadilah kan ada jenis cheating tu, students allow tak untuk guna tools dalam exam. So saya perlu change saya punya instruction such that they are allowed to use Excel or to use whatever tools in order for them to perform the calculation, including the graphs that they need to report. So itulah saya kata dia punya time tu, although memang ada guide, tetapi as I mentioned, we are the one who determine how long student need to answer the questions. Saya harap menjawablah. So soalan yang kedua daripada Dr. Hadi, must we use high order thinking question? Not necessarily, just because we have to do it online. Because I think we are all aware, semua soalan kita mesti kita alignkan dengan course learning outcome. However, although let's say your course learning outcome is of lower taxonomy, for example, like in my learning outcome, student just have to describe. Describe is only taxonomy, Bloom's taxonomy C1, C2, like that. All right, but I can still make my question authentic. When we talk about authentic, meaning that although every student get the same question, tetapi jawapan dia tak boleh sama sebab authenticity ni kita boleh bawa dia dalam bentuk personal authenticity contohnya. Kalau personal authenticity, one person experience and another person's experience will not be the same. So disebabkan each individual personal experience is not the same, kalau you attach personal authenticity to the question, therefore students' answer will not be similar. So again, soalan memang kena align to the learning outcome taxonomy. It may not necessarily be of higher order thinking question. And in fact, ada several school of thoughts lah, gurus lah when it comes to assessment and also outcome based. There's one school of thought, and in fact kalau macam engineering, dia nak tengok soalan higher order ni dalam exam. There's also another school of thought argue that exam tak boleh ada soalan higher order thinking ni, sepatutnya kita deliver bukan through exam. The assessment for higher order thinking should be in a form of alternative assessment, because when we talk about thinking is a process where it requires time. So 30 minutes, for example, 1 hour, it's not the time where higher order can be achieved. That is why I'm saying that there are several school of thoughts about this. So bagi kumpulan yang percaya, we can create higher order thinking exam questions. There is a way on how you do it. I will discuss how we can do that in a minute. Okay, and I will show you an example lah. Tapi I personally do not like to create higher order thinking exam question. I would prefer higher order thinking questions to be in the authentic assessment, because I can support and I can help students to develop higher order thinking. That is my rationale behind why I do not like to put higher order thinking in examination, because not only exam tu dalam observed conditions, students rasa panik, rasa takut. At the end of the day, what are we measuring? We do not want to create what we call a sudden death. Sudden death ni maknanya you letak student dalam keadaan yang dah lah one off, tak ada help, then there's so many things and go wrong lah in exam. Sama ada on that particular day students blank, tak sihat, macam-macam boleh berlaku. So that is why exam ni prone lah to those kind of arguments, and it is also high stake in nature. Boleh Dr. Adi? I do hope that I answer your question. Banyak lebar tu.
Terima kasih Doktor. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much. Okay, so basically these countermeasures, go back to the countermeasures, you can see when it comes to the integrity form and also contract, you can see that there is also point number 3. Point number 3 ni creatively remind students of academic integrity policies. Yeah, I think for those who have been, kalau dekat UK saya tak nampak sangat lah budaya ni, tapi kalau dekat US, you can see nombor 3 tu, budaya tu sangat kuat. Kenapa saya kata sangat kuat? Dia punya culture about academic integrity ni, dia tampal dekat semua learning spaces dia sebelum nak masuk kelas, sebelum ini, sebelum tu. There's a lot of reminder about academic integrity. Recently, I think my colleagues use this argument lah. Dia beritahu dengan student sebelum exam lah ataupun waktu-waktu lain, bagi tahu dengan student, kalau you rasa you nak makan duit gaji you hasil daripada results exam yang you buat dengan cheating, terpulang pada you. Dia kata, tapi implicationnya which I agree lah dengan point dia tu. I ingat pun nak remind benda yang sama pada my student, but I think so far I managed to get away from having to do this tazkirah on point number 3 by creating authentic exam questions. Can I get an opinion on backtracking? Ada tak siapa-siapa nak share Sebab bila saya discuss about countermeasures ni, and I'm sure some of you have already used it, my colleague disagree contohnya on backtracking. Dia kata backtracking ni Dr. Aisha pada I, dia kata tak fair. Sebab dalam exam, dia kata dalam exam biasa kita bagi student soalan, satu buku soalan, ikut suka student lah, dia nak jawab soalan nombor 1 dulu ke, nombor 2 dulu ke, ataupun dia nak jawab soalan nombor 3 dulu tak habis, lepas tu dia pergi jawab soalan nombor 1, soalan nombor 1 pun tak habis, dia pergi jawab soalan nombor 2 dulu. As long as ada 3 hours of the exam time tu student menjawab. Jadi bila online ni disebabkan kita nak reduce cheating, kita impose on backtracking ni, prohibited backtracking. What do you think?
Dr. Aisha, may I share my experience boleh tak? Hadi again. Saya ada buat masa mula-mula PKP tu, I conduct an online test using UMOL model. Okay, I give this is just an objective question, multiple choice answer. So I estimate that one question will be 1.5 minutes. So I have around maybe 20 questions. Okay, so at the first time, so I allow them to backtracking lah. So you can go back to the previous questions. Okay, so then at the end of the test, so when I look at the data, the statistics, okay, or on the time, so most of the student will open the question at early of the test. Okay, for example, if you begin at 9, so they will open all the questions, so we can see when they open each of the questions. Okay, we can see that 902, 903, 904, and it seems that, and you can see that they will be looking upon the question first. Okay, and when you look the time when did the student answer it is at the end of the test. So we can see that this is some sort of, I don't know whether they are thinking or what, but definitely they answer it before end of the quiz. So we can see they open early, and then I don't know whether they screenshot or whatsoever, and so and then the answer only at the end. So we can see that the pattern there, maybe the quiz will be will end at 15 minutes. So they will answer it at 9:13, 9:14, something like that. Okay, for each of the questions. Okay, they have opened earlier. Right, so and then after have discover that, so later on, so I forbid them to backtracking. So you need to answer the question, then you can go to move into the question. Even though it's not fair for the student, but I think that's the best way how to at least to prevent them, okay, to get the answer from the internet to the mobile phone or to another medium. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hadi. Thank you for the sharing. In my case, I use both. I use restrict testing windows and also backtracking. And when my colleagues give her opinion about that, I do agree to a certain extent, but I also decided to keep it that way because I have my own reason why I do that. One is macam Hadi tadi, for example, yours is unseen exam, right? Unseen ni maknanya student tak boleh buka buku lah kan? Betul Dr. Hadi? Macam saya
Yes,
punya
yeah.
ini. So kalau unseen sebenarnya lagi lah kan. So kalau maybe you allow backtracking, maybe lah sebab itulah you not allow backtracking. Tapi like in my case, the reason why I prohibit backtracking and also I restrict testing windows as a countermeasures to cheating in exam, because my exam is seen exam or open book exam. Bila saya kata open book exam, what I mean here is not the same as what is defined in your guidebook. Sebab guidebook UUM punya open book exam tu lain sikit saya baca dia punya definition. Sebab yang itu jenis yang ada dekat dalam you all punya guidebook, bila dia kata open book exam tu dia refer also kepada take home. Tapi saya punya open book exam ni memang exam tetapi open book. Dia bukan take home. Maknanya dia kena buat dalam prescribed time tadi tu. I am keeping the examination, all the examination feature, except that it is an open book. So the fact that it is an open book, student boleh refer to dia punya buku, refer to the internet, dia boleh refer to saya punya PowerPoint, refer dia punya own notes. So I put up one question at a time and I do not allow them to backtrack. And in fact, after each question, I ask them to submit that particular question. And bila kawan saya hit me with that opinion, saya jadi kelang kabut lah. And I think, as I mentioned just now, if we would like to improve our scholarship in assessment, what we do, we research. So bila saya research tentang ni, I also realize, for example, standardized big exam like PISA, yang untuk maths semua tu kan, memang cara dia all buat pun memang dia strict testing windows and also prohibit backtracking. So meaning that there must be some strength to some of these strategies. So all I'm saying is that the combination of strategies, let's say from this 14, if you would like to employ them, right, is subjected to feedback from your colleagues. But then again, my advice to you is you have to know why you use that particular countermeasure. Okay, so we cannot make generalization. Although, for example, research has shown that this is less effective, this is more effective. For example, number 8 is highly effective, but it may not be effective to you. So all I'm saying is that you need to experiment and find it for yourself. Why are you adopting some of these countermeasures? And what is the effect of those countermeasures? So you need to collect data and find it for yourself whether some of these countermeasures really work for you, right? So ada apa-apa tak lagi yang nak share on the out of these 14 countermeasures? Ada tak siapa-siapa yang ada buat eksperimen and worth saying that this is much better than another? Di UMP saya tahu ada seorang lecturer ni lah, dia pakai, kalau tak silap saya, exam dia pakai Google Form je. So he smartly combined several of these countermeasures such that dia randomizekan dia punya questions. Questions dia pula varied types. Bila kita kata varied types ni, soalan dia, can get a pen now. Varied type question ni, soalan dia ada yang short answers, ada yang MCQ, ada yang matching and all that. Each and every student get different question dalam same cyberspace and time. So not only he used varied types of question, he also randomized the question, and he also prohibit backtracking and also restrict windows. Yang saya suka dia punya teknik ialah sebab setiap student akan dapat soalan yang tak sama dalam satu space and time, dan bila student tu habis buat satu soalan, baru dia boleh pergi ke next question, baru boleh pergi ke next question, baru pergi ke next question. And all these are done asynchronous. Dia tak buat synchronous pun, macam saya buat synchronous. Jadi saya yang control measures number 5 dan measures number 7. Sebab saya naikkan soalan one at a time and I actually prohibit backtracking. However, I think if you are really good in all these tools, semua tu, you can actually use some of these countermeasures and start to program it such that your students can actually take your exam asynchronously, where perhaps cheating can be reduced. But when I got these strategies, I do not rely on these strategies alone, because I told myself perhaps if I use only these strategies, I think student may still be able to get around and cheat. So what I did was I decided to look at how should I phrase my exam question to reduce cheating even further. So this is the point where I would like to discuss a new sort of technique lah. Tak adalah new sangat. New technique on how to freeze the exam question. So before that, I just like to remind that in order for us to prepare for exam, when we talk about examination is a process. So here, looking at examination as a process, I would like to discuss how do we prepare the exam before, during, and also after. So we do hope that we have the time to cover all these three areas on how to prepare for the online exam. Right? Daya, kita nak break dulu ke ataupun kita nak continue? Kita nak continue dengan
Kalau doktor nak break sekejap pun boleh kot.
saya ikut je.
Bolehlah kita break sekejap.
Kita berapa minit, Daya?
Mungkin 10 minit macam tu sebab banking half day kan. So, mungkin dalam 5 hingga 10 minit lah.
Then kita break dalam 10 minit, and while kita having break, if you don't mind, boleh tak participate dalam Mentimeter ni? I have encountered the following problem when conducting my online exam. Boleh? Okay. Meanwhile, saya cuba buka Mentimeter tu. So we will resume at 10:50. Boleh? The following problem, copying. Kita ada copying, cheating, dishonesty, problem, same answer point, cut and paste answer, discuss, connection, connection issues. Internet connection.
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Aisyah.
Waalaikumsalam.
Dr. Aisyah, saya nak share satu guideline yang saya duk pakai lah.
Sure,
Mungkin
sure.
Dr. Aisyah boleh komen nanti kan sebab saya nak share kat kawan yang lain pasal yang guideline timing tu.
Boleh?
Boleh ya, saya share ya.
Boleh?
Sekejap ya, saya buat dekat bahagian chat lah. Saya dapat ni daripada India lah, mereka amalkan benda ni kan. Tapi tak pastilah sama ada kita boleh replicate atau berguna benda ni. Sana saya mana itu. Desktop. Saya dah buat dah. Saya tengah nak upload. Okey, ya. Dah. Terima kasih.
Sekejap, saya tengah cari saya punya Zoom. Zoom saya macam hilang lah. Okay. Saya masuk balik. Okey, saya cuba. Saya cuba tengok dekat chat tadi. Okey. Ni ke yang Google Sites ni ke?
Bukan, yang lib dia punya file nama dia lib 517.
Oh, okey. Save dulu. Saya save dekat saya pun tengah tengok Haji Nazri punya bahan dan dah jumpa dah. Okay, so now saya cuba buka file tu. Lib. Okay. Okay, kita share screen
Ya.
Share screen. Dan kita tengok tadi dokumen yang Dr. Hadi share. Yang ni lah lib ni.
Tapi yang menarik yang nombor 2 tu, dekat bahagian page nombor 2.
Page nombor 2.
Sekejap.
Okay.
Ni, dia ada masa ni kan. Cuma yang expected time for each question tu 2 minute, 3 minute, they depending lah. Mungkin MCQ1 tu maybe knowledge kan. MCQ2 maybe application saya pun tak pasti. Tapi dia bagi time tu lah 2 minute, 3 minute tu. Saya cuba try carilah kat mana dia determine 2 minit tu kan. For each, contohnya number 3 is SA is a short answer. Okay, 7 tu long answer lah kan. So macam essay everything lah kan. So tapi yang expected time tu saya tak jumpa dia refer kat mana dah. Macam tu lah.
Tak ada.
Macam ni.
Tu sebab saya sarankan supaya lecturer boleh guna guide ni, try it out and find out whether it suits you. Sebab dia banyak bergantung kepada satu level apa questions tu. Kan, betul tak? Taxonomy level. Dan dalam masa yang sama dia juga tengok complexity, tengok pula pada how you phrase the questions and all that. So these are all guides. Sebab tu saya rasa universiti kebanyakannya tak keluarkan guides ni. Tapi kalau kita pergi training, ada juga training yang sebenarnya ada guides macam ni, tetapi perhaps the guides has been used and suitable for that particular institution, ataupun kalau by that institution pun maybe it is suitable for that particular discipline. Kenapa saya cakap macam tu? Contohnya ini adalah Haji Nazri punya slide. Jadi saya dah copy sebenarnya kat sini. Ini adalah daripada slide Haji Nazri. Kalau kita tengok, because Haji Nazri ni dia punya background dia ialah medical, and dia dalam department imaging. Imaging ni yang buat x-ray tu lah. Tapi he has a vast experience on exam, assessment, and medical dia memang ada exam blueprint. Saya rasa baru ni pun siapa yang pergi USM punya webinar on examination blueprint, you also will be able to see how the medical school is actually doing the exam blueprint. Medical examination is a compulsory component lah. Jadi tu sebab dia really take care of dia punya examination blueprint tu. Tapi untuk kita yang lain, courses kita, sebab some of our courses not necessarily have exam, jadi kita tidak mewajibkan exam blueprint untuk semua orang. Tetapi this is also the recommendation, also another recommendation that has been used lah and also disseminated by Haji Nazri, Arwah Haji Nazri. Dia kata satu MCQ of C1, C2 punya level dalam 70 to 90 seconds. Itu kalau mark dia 1 markah. So saya tak pernah eksperimen benda ni sebab saya tak pakai MCQ. Jadi saya tak pernah eksperimen. So kalau untuk short answer 3 to 5 marks, you give around 5 to 10 minutes. Tapi kalau essay yang markah dia 20 to 25 marks, you give around 30 minutes. But all these recommendation, as I mentioned, can only be verified by the lecturers, by the lecturer themselves sit for the exam. And after you sit for the exam, you find out whether that recommendation is appropriate for you or not. Okay, boleh? Okay, kalau macam tu, let's look at the Mentimeter tadi tu. Ni slide original Haji Nazri sebelum dia pass away 2019 ni versi. Dekat sini ni adalah slide pasal, if you go into his web page, you should be able to get all these slides for free. Macam mana nak buat question, MCQ question, what is the stem of the question and all that lah. So ini selalunya training ni is offered by MQA to everybody lah. Planning for a test, what do you have to do if you plan for a test, the type of exam that you can conduct. Kalau kita tengok dekat sini macam mana nak construct test questions, so ada nota dekat sini lah. Cuma perhaps some of the activity yang dekat sini ni mungkin jawapan dia tak ada dekat situ. For example, macam ni kita nak fix vague exam questions kita, kan? So selalunya yang ini kita buat discussion waktu dia punya face-to-face session lah, waktu training dengan MQA. But if we can put that aside first, so now let's look at the Mentimeter yang kita dah participate tadi. So thank you for the 40 participation yang kita ada dekat sini. So the question here that I put is that I have encountered the following problem when conducting my online examination. Some of you said that student copying, cheating. So copying is actually a form of cheating. But if we do a thematic analysis, sebenarnya kalau kita buat face-to-face training, kita akan lekat-lekatkan all these sticky notes, and then kita akan start to rearrange our sticky notes into theme. And if we do a quick thematic analysis, we can see that obviously there's an issue of academic dishonesty. There are the issue of connectivity. Some of you mentioned about internet connection, internet problem. There you go, internet problem. Plagiarism, cut and paste. And then some of you were talking about issues with the actual time given to students to answer. So that can be one of the theme. Connection tadi tu, connectivity. Again, there is an issue of academic dishonesty, ataupun you want to look at it as not as an academic dishonesty, but this is a new trend in examination. You're talking about discussion during the exam. However, the answer is solely individual. Masih lagi, kalau you rasa benda tu masih boleh diterima, dan kita boleh terima. Translating directly from BM to English or otherwise, this can be put into one theme. Baru ni, when we discuss, when we had a session in UMP, we found that one of our colleagues mentioned that maybe what we can do in order to reduce cheating during the online exam is to give student question in English, but student will have to answer in Bahasa. In that way, they cannot cheat because they cannot find the answers from the internet. Neither their friends know how to actually answer it in Bahasa. So I wasn't sure whether I leave it to you to ask yourself this question. However, we have to remember, as I mentioned, when we talk about assessment, assessment comes with a specific assessment principles. So you need to check against assessment principles, whether if you would like to take this particular action, whether you have violated certain principles. What are the principles that we have to adhere? One is validity. Okay, kalau soalan tu masih lagi align dengan learning outcome, so the question is valid. Tetapi bila you suruh student answer dalam bahasa Melayu, can we check against, for example, fairness? Can we check against inclusivity? Can we check against other assessment principles? So we have to be very careful in whatever decision that we want to make in relation to how do we conduct our assessment, be it examination or other types of assessment. We need to check against assessment principles. Sebab tu kita as a lecturer, we need to upgrade ourselves and we have to know lah all these assessment principles. Again, what can go wrong? Pernah tak student you all tertekan button submit, lepas tu you pula tak allow student to multiple submit? Macam ni kan submission. Submission is one of the could be the problem. Untuk late submission, ada yang late submission. So kalau late submission, the question is you allow ke tidak? Okay. Ataupun yang dah tertekan button submit, will you allow them to retake? Disebabkan oleh exam tu memang you buka sekali je, once submit dah tak boleh pergi balik pula. So these are some of the reason why I put up these questions, because if we can recognize all these problems and put them in a thematic, in a theme. After we have done the thematic analysis, we can use this as a guide on how to prepare for our online examination. So let's look at the common, kalau ada post dekat sini yang some of the things that we're going to discuss tu tak cover, just let me know. Just let me know. It's worthwhile to enrich our sharing here. So this is the list that I come up with. It's not basically complete. However, daripada post-it notes, digital post-it note just now, some of you said that you have encountered problem with student having connectivity problems. Saya share slide dulu. Okay, this is real. So before we even think about apa soalan nak bagi, what types of exam questions are we going to, what type of exam are we going to conduct? Bila kita kata type of exam that you need to conduct, be it short essay, quiz lah, inilah, itulah, matching and all that. Actually, what we need to do first and foremost, and in fact, before we begin our class, week 0, 2 weeks before semester begins. This is normally what I do lah. After I get my students' lists, I create the WhatsApp group, and after I create the WhatsApp group, at least 1 week before, or at least 2 to 3 days before week 1, I send my student a survey. Okay, and apa yang saya survey? What are the 3 aspects in my survey? Okay, and I can use this data as well to write a journal paper or to share it in a webinar like this lah. If you refer to Commonwealth of Learning, COLE, or any other international guidelines, the 3 when we are dealing with remote learning, and when we are dealing with online learning, and now we are putting them together to remind ourselves, the 3 aspects that we need to check is 1, connectivity, 2, device, 3, learning space. Tetapi in my recent survey, I added the 4th aspect. Bila saya check ni, I added the 4th aspect. What are the 4th aspect? Student punya well-being ataupun support. Kenapa saya survey 4 aspek ni? The 3 aspect is highly recommended in evidence-based documents available around, international documents. Connectivity, connectivity memanglah sangat penting sebab student kita mungkin dia ada data tetapi tak ada connection. Okay, ada data, ada connection tapi tak ada device. Lepas tu ada connectivity, ada device tapi tak ada learning space yang kondusif. Berapa ramai student kita sebenarnya yang bekerja? Berapa ramai student kita sebenarnya yang having to support the family? Berapa ramai sebenarnya student kita yang sebenarnya memang have to care for their families and parents? So dalam masa yang sama, saya juga check dalam survey itu the 4th aspect, that is well-being of my students. Sama ada student ni dia tinggal seorang-seorang saja ke dalam rumah sewa, dia tinggal dengan kawan-kawan dia ke dalam rumah sewa, dia tinggal dengan family dia ke, dia tinggal dengan family dia yang nak buang dia ke sebab 24 jam nak tengok komputer. So I check all the 4 aspects. And with that data, I use that data to inform me how should I conduct my online class. How should I communicate with my students? Walaupun tak perfect lah saya punya practice, but I use that data lah. So I also ask my students, despite whatever that they declared on this 4 aspect, I ask my student, are they comfortable to learn using the LMS platform? Saya tak tahu di UUM nama apa ya. Kalau kami nama platform LMS kami ialah Kalam. Kalau UUM nama apa? Saya? Maybe? Boleh bantu saya?
UMOL.
UMOL. Okay. Saya tanya dengan student, dia comfortable guna tu ke ataupun disebabkan actually a small portion of my students having a very low connectivity and they do not have good enough data plan. So I asked them whether would they like to have a low bandwidth approach. Macam yang Prof Karim advise kita bagi dia all short narrative PowerPoint dekat WhatsApp ataupun short video and all that. Students tak berapa minat sangat. They still would like the materials or recorded so-called teaching videos on the learning platform. And also they would like to get the recorded lecture actually. So all I'm saying is that you need to have that data so that it inform you how can you conduct your exam and how would you plan for technical issues and how you can reduce cheating even further. Jadi daripada situ, daripada data ni, patutnya kita dah boleh select lah the type of exam that we would like to conduct. If more than, let's say, 50% of our students are not having appropriate device, ataupun they are on the go, bekerja sambil belajar. Students saya have to sit for exam while they are on shift, bekerja. So waktu dia nak jawab exam, dia tanya dengan saya, doktor, sekejap lagi waktu exam saya perlu ada kertas ke? Saya tanya dengan dia kenapa? Dia kata sebab saya tak bawa laptop ni, saya kerja. Then it really hit me lah. It made me realize that I cannot keeping my perception that semua student macam saya ada laptop, ada kertas, ada semua untuk jawab soalan exam. Saya beritahu dengan student tu, saya kata I accept whatever forms of your answer as long as you answer the question. So terpulang pada pelajar tu nak buat macam mana pun. Dan soalan saya pun not necessarily they have to write on a piece of paper and then take a snapshot of it, then they have to upload. So you need to have a good idea of your students' background and how you can address this is what we call inclusivity. Itu yang UTM jemput saya buat flexible assessment tu yang lagi saya tersedar banyak lah. Lagilah saya kena muhasabah banyak benda when it comes to scholarship or assessment, because bila assessment kita terlalu rigid prescribed, it does not create inclusivity and also fairness to all of our students, because they have different kind of problem, different kind of background, and also support dekat situ. So after we have used data from point number 1, we have select our appropriate examination and test. Kalau misalnya test kita perlukan, as I mentioned just now, if we need the graph paper, if we need special drawing tools, special whatever it is, you need to ask yourself with the problems that put up by your colleagues on the sticky note just now, if those problems happen during the exam time, how will you deal with those problems? So we need to anticipate what kind of problems are we going to face if we do this, if we do that. And then after we select, barulah kita decide sama ada kita nak buat open book ke, close book ke, seen, unseen just now. I don't consider take home sebagai, you boleh juga take home exam, tetapi take home exam ni tak adalah sampai 2-3 hari kan. Normally it's take home, you take it home for, you bagi soalan pagi, sudah hantar petang ataupun the next day ni lah. So I don't believe take home will take like more than 2-3 days, something like that. Then you may need to decide whether you want to do it synchronously or asynchronously. I think these are the things that you already familiar with. And I think the next thing that we need to consider before the exam, all these points, what kind of platform are you going to communicate with your student during the exam? The fact that they are no longer on site. Your exam is no longer on site. Are you going to communicate through your LMS platform? Are you going to use your Google Meet or Google Classroom, MS Team, and all that? You need to choose lah. And this communication platform need to be communicated to students earlier on. You can use multiple platform, tapi saya tak pasti kalau you guna satu laptop saja you boleh buka dua platform at one time. Saya cuba last time tak boleh. Saya nak buka Zoom dengan saya nak buka MS Team tak boleh. Sebab ada student yang tak prefer MS Team, ada student yang prefer. And also when you use some of these platforms do have the lockdown browser untuk you buat sikit proctoring lah, walaupun dia tidak begitu. Proctoring pun not necessarily can reduce cheating 100%, right? And if you would like to do what we call live proctoring, bila kita kata proctoring ni US punya language sebenarnya. Kalau belah-belah UK, proctoring ni sebenarnya invigilator. Tetapi dalam case online exam, selalunya kita panggil invigilator secara online ni sebagai proctor. So kalau misalnya we would like to conduct what we call live proctoring using some of this platform, you need to find a way how to do it. Tetapi kalau setakat kita ambil snapshots, kita capture some of the moments how we conduct the exam using platform yang saya senaraikan dekat nombor 5, that is not proctoring actually. That is just monitoring your examination conduct during the exam day, during that day. So that is not really the kind of proctoring that we are talking about. Lepas tu point number 6 as I mentioned, this is from experience. If you require student to use special tools, software, standard references, graph paper, you need to make sure whether student can get access to them. Because I think, as I mentioned in the outcome of this session, in the final session, we do hope to have a look at the way forward on online exam, that is digital exam. So when we talk about digital exam, in future, kita akan buat soalan exam ataupun buat exam yang berbentuk student will have to perform certain tasks. Bila kita kata student perform certain tasks, meaning that waktu exam tu lah kita suruh dia guna Excel untuk dia menyelesaikan contohnya a particular problem, a scenario, a typical crisis or dilemma that they very likely going to encounter during their world of work. Okay, so that is the new forms of exam nowadays. We are talking about, we put student in an exam condition. However, during that 3 hours, student will have to perform something that is similar to what they need to perform when they are at work. So itu third part yang kita nak bincang. Tapi sebelum kita pergi kepada third part, kita nak tengok buat soalan exam yang biasa-biasa dulu. And after we have done 1 until 6, perhaps we are ready now to choose the countermeasures daripada either the 14 countermeasures that I use. You are free to use them, or you have your own set of countermeasures against cheating. Because as I mentioned, now there has been proof that memang cheating ni berlaku. Sebab tu kita punya PUU, Pusat Perundangan Universiti Pening Kepala lah pasal perkara ni. Lepas tu barulah after you have selected these measures, barulah you nak add another countermeasures, that is by writing your exam questions either in HOTS, or you, if for example, like Dr. Hadi mentioned, if you are not supposed to write hot exam question, you can write authentic exam question, or you can write a task-based exam question. Okay, so there are several choices for you to to play around with writing your exam question so that it will reduce cheating even further. Then you need to decide on submission format of students' answers, and then you then ready after you have done all that, lepas soalan semua dah siap and all that, and you are ready to prepare your exam cyber hall. Okay, this is very important indeed, because kalau kita tengok tu yang saya mention tadi, kalau on-site exam, preparation of exam hall is done by our pusat akademik lah ataupun exam section. Some university have an exam section. So exam section is the one that prepare the physical hall. But now the fact that it is online and remote, we are, each individual lecturer will have to prepare your own cyber exam hall. So kalau jadual exam tu selalunya diberi 2 bulan ataupun paling lewat pun sebulan sebelum exam. So similarly, when we want to conduct our online exam, we need to prepare this exam hall early. Tell the student that I have created this cyber exam hall. Tell them where is the cyber exam hall. If you put it in your LMS, then you tell them please access this address. Get your student to visit the exam hall well before the exam to get themselves familiarized. Macam student juga kalau dia tahu untuk exam ni saya kena pergi this particular sport complex and all that, selalunya memang student akan pergilah area tu sebab dia nak tahu kat mana and dah tengok kawasan tu. So similarly here, as I mentioned, sama dengan kita prepare for on-site exam, prepare your exam hall early. And in that exam hall, siap-siap dah letak exam instruction, tell your student where to submit. You already prepare, kalau dalam exam hall secara fizikal, we already prepare the submission box or where student need to submit their scripts. So similarly in your cyber exam hall, you need to create the submission space and tell your student these are the submission space during the exam where they need to put up their answers. So before the exam, we do hope that you run your trial, conduct your trial run, especially on submission, because we know that things can go wrong, and also plan for technical issues. So those are my list. Cuma saya nak tanya dekat sini, kalau ada siapa-siapa yang boleh share tak apa agaknya lagi yang kita perlu buat untuk prepare for the online exam yang mungkin tertinggal dekat sini. Ada ke? Sebab I'm sure you have different experiences. Okay. Okay, kalau ada nanti just share it and let us know. So how do we deal with this environment? Kalau kita tengok dekat sini tu yang saya kata tu, buatlah kita punya survey sebab student kita ada yang ambil macam ni. Okay. So I would like now to just illustrate lah. Saya tak kata this is the best way sebab tadi saya bagi tahu beberapa point tu. So this is how it look like. This is our LMS punya page, and for your information, last semester in UMP we have separated our LMS platform and exam platform. So exam kita ada platform yang berbeza, LMS untuk mengajar kita ada platform yang berbeza. The reason why we separate both, because we do not want all the exam materials to be mixed with the teaching and learning activities and also materials. And on top of that, we do not want bad course page design to slow down connectivity during the exam. So that is why we actually separate the platform altogether. So this is our platform, still Moodle based, sama macam semua UA pakai Moodle, dan this is how I created my cyberspace exam hall. So I mentioned to my student that this is the space that they will have to sit for the exam, and I give the URL to my student WhatsApp group, and I make sure that everybody 1 week before the exam already cuba masuk and successfully participate in the trial submission upload. This will help me to understand if any of them having difficulties. Difficulties ni pun ada macam-macam. Bila student participate in the file trial upload ni, bukan saja masalah internet connection. Ada student yang tak tahu nak upload pun ada. There are also students who don't know how to create a PDF file. And I always use a technique where my student need to record their voice to answer rather than short essay question tu, rather than dia menulis, saya suruh dia jawab secara verbal. Dan ada student juga yang tak tahu macam mana nak record voice dan tak tahu macam mana nak submit voice recording file. So the reason for having this trial file upload is to check that my students are all ready for the kind of submission that they need to do during the actual examination. Okay, and you can see there that I also attach in this cyber exam hall ni, dia punya integrity form, and also I've created the space for them to submit their questions and how they should submit submit their answers and how they should submit their answers. So this is what I meant by we have to prepare the cyber exam hall well before we conduct the exam, right? So when we created this trial file upload, what happened is that during my first experiment, I found that student, itulah saya pun belajar daripada student, bukan student je belajar daripada kita. Student actually remind me to tell them whether the trial file upload tu berjaya ke tidak, whether it is okay ke tidak. And waktu tu saya ingat lagi bulan puasa, student tanya apa yang saya nak upload doktor, sebab saya bukannya ada jawapan. Saya kata you upload je lah apa-apa, write on a piece of paper, because question number 1 requires them to answer the short essay with a little bit of calculation on a piece of paper, and the instruction is they have to take a picture or scan it and then upload it onto the LMS platform, right? A lot of students actually ask me whether whether I receive them, second, whether I can read them clearly, third, whether the file can be opened. So I realized that when I ask my student to participate in the file upload, I need to give them feedback. So when students said, what is it that I need to upload? I said, kalau tak tahu apa nak upload, tulis je lah recipe kuih and all that. And some of them actually tulis. On the voice recording, student kata, apa benda yang saya nak record voice, saya nak cuba upload ni. So saya kata, kalau susah-susah, you menyanyi sajalah. Ataupun bagi salam je. Saya just nak tengok whether you boleh upload ke tidak. These two types of file, because during the exam, these are the kind of file that you need to upload. So when I get my student to participate, students want us to give them feedback whether it has been successful or not successful. So I actually give them feedback directly here using the LMS platform. Tapi dalam masa yang sama, what I did was I actually checked each students' submission, trial file upload, and I actually give them a summary of whose file upload has been successful, whose file having a problem and all that. So for those who uploaded a file that cannot be opened or withdrawn extension, or some of them submit a file that is not PDF in form, or perhaps some of them managed to submit a file, however, I cannot hear their voice or their writing cannot be read clearly. So I gave them that kind of feedback so that they can improve. And some of them actually resubmit and ask me whether it is acceptable or not. So student mentioned that the trial file upload simulation really helped their confidence and at least give them a bit of comfort. so that they can sit for the exam with less stress. Although kita tahu during exam tu memang sangat stress lah student. Saya pun pernah rasa apa yang student rasa sebab there's one time when I had to do a presentation for my research poster. Waktu tu saya di luar sebab saya pergi ke hospital. So saya perlu buat presentation tu dalam kereta. So bila saya buat presentation dalam kereta, kebetulan laptop saya pun bateri dah tinggal sangat sikit. So you can imagine the stress ketika itu, dan waktu tu turn saya pula tak sampai, lepas tu adalah delay and all that. So similarly during the exam, file trial upload ni will give student a little bit of comfort, but during that day as well there will be more hiccups, I think, that we are all aware of. So this is just another example on how I created the cyber exam hall for my final exam. So this is just nak tunjuk saja. Lepas tu, what else do we need to prepare before the exam? The exam question. So this is the gist of it. Okay, so how do we prepare the exam question? So the exam question that we're going to use for remote online cannot be the same like exam question that we written for the on-site exam. I think in all assessment, first step, everybody know, we have to make sure that the question is aligned to our CLO. Macam yang Dr. Hadis mention tadi, okay, kalau CLO C1, C2, maknanya soalan pun masih C1, C2. Okay. But from this point onwards, I would like to share how I rephrase my C1, C2 question so that it is authentic for the sake of making sure that student will not be able to cheat during the exam. So how I did this was by using two variables from 12 variables that has been introduced from this particular book. This particular book was launched in March 2020 last year. Masa tu pandemic baru mula, dan kebetulan again my mentor shared this particular material with me. I attended the webinar, and although the 12 variables introduced during the launch of this book was meant to be used for us to design alternative assessment. Let's say we use project as alternative assessment or case-based for an alternative assessment. You can follow the technique as what has been discussed in this book or in this webinar. But during that webinar, I realized that there are certain variables that I can use, and if I embed these parameters into my exam question, it will create, it can create authentic exam questions. So that is what I would like to share and discuss with you now. If you do not wish to use any of the variables from this book, you may also write this type of question. So this will go back to the question or concern raised by some of you earlier on. Kalau kita nak tulis whether kita boleh tak buat soalan HOTS untuk exam. Okay, so step 2B ni, using the modified essay question MEQ ni, is one of the technique where you can create HOTS question, higher order thinking questions. So what do we mean by modified as essay question? Kalau kita tengok, selalunya kalau kita bagi student case lah kan, case senang kalau saya tunjuklah satu contoh. In medical, contoh related to medical on MEQs is something like this. Dalam buku ni contohnya ialah you are driving back home. Tu soalan nombor 1 lah. Dia akan dalam bentuk cerita. Tapi cerita itu dipecahkan kepada 3 to 4 questions. 3 to 4 questions, so at the end of the day make up one whole story such that dalam cerita soalan ni student kena jawab dan jawapan dia tu meningkat dia punya thinking levels of thinking tu. Contohnya macam tadi, soalan dia berbunyi macam ni, you are driving back home and you see an accident. So ni soalan untuk medical student lah, you see an accident. Okay, what do you anticipate and what do you foresee happen in that? Lepas tu dia sambung balik cerita tu. Dia beritahu you get out from your car and you found that the accident involved this and this and the patient is in this condition. What can you diagnose from those conditions? So you nampak dia punya soalan tu dah meningkat dari punya complexity. Lepas tu cerita dia bersambung lagi. So that is what modified essay question is all about. So that is how you build up your higher order thinking question. Dia macam structured thinking question macam tu. Okay, I'm sure some of you must have used these modified essay questions for your exam. If you have to fulfill the so-called higher order thinking exam question. So one way of coming up with higher order thinking exam question is to use the MEQs technique. Or you can use what we call a task-based question, okay, where you can actually get your student to do something, as I mentioned, over a period of time, over a period of exam time. Dan ini banyak juga universiti dekat luar negara guna sebenarnya, task-based ataupun performance-based, and perhaps other methods lah. But as I mentioned, we're going to have a look in detail how we can convert our exam question from the normal to authentic exam question. So this is, yeah.
Doktor, ni ada soalan dekat chat. Boleh baca ke?
Okay, Prof, kalau lecturer yang masih sangat lemah kemahiran IT ni rasa nak kena belajar multimedia dulu baru nak mampu nak buat exciting digital exam sebab tak pandai nak buat. Saya pun tak pandai juga, sebab tu saya resort kepada exam question yang biasa. Tetapi saya buat exam question tu authentic. Macam tu ke soalan dia?
Kalau yang ni daripada Dr. Munusani, which doctor prefer, handwritten or type answer?
Whether I prefer handwriting ataupun I allow my students to itulah saya kata, when you collect your students data, yang tadi tu 3, connectivity, devices, lepas tu learning environment ataupun learning spaces, and also your student support. So only you can answer that question. So your data will tell you whether you should allow or whether you should not allow. If you have even one student, let's say, is working during the day, be it grab food ke, panda ke, ataupun kerja dekat kedai ke, whatsoever lah, ataupun having to care for family members yang sakit. Jadi kalau you minta dia type, katalah student tu dekat PKRC, dia tak boleh type, tapi dia ada handphone, dia boleh, kalau you allow hanya handwritten, tak bagi type, sebab tak nak meniru. Saya dah tak pakai dah teknik tak nak meniru, kena handwritten, saya tak pakai dah teknik tu. So you have to consider lah, if you have students, kalau ada student yang disadvantage because of your instruction, sebenarnya tak boleh. Dari segi fairness, as I mentioned, assessment principles, dari segi fairness, you're not allowed actually. And if you talk about inclusivity, tak boleh. Mungkin kita rasa benda ni kecil, tetapi bagi orang yang kena tu besar. Contohnya katalah anak you yang kena tu. So then you know, yeah? Contohnya my daughter is having chronic eczema such that dia punya kuku jari semua tercabut. Yeah? Jadi jari-jari dia semua kita bandage satu persatu. So you bayangkan nak tulis pakai pensel is a huge struggle for her. Jadi cara yang mudah untuk dia jawab exam apa agak-agak? Mungkin dia boleh type ataupun mungkin dia boleh jawab secara verbal without them having to type or to write. So we have to ask ourselves, kita nak measure apa? Kita nak measure student understanding. Understanding tu mesti ke tu menulis? Mesti ke hanya understanding tu boleh diterjemahkan dengan menaip? So itulah exam ni dia punya fundamental. At the end of the day we have to banyaklah challenge and question ourselves. What is it that we are trying to measure? Therefore we need to also look at the condition of our learners. Then only our exam is valid, fair, and reliable. Boleh bacakan lagi soalan ke, Daya? Ke saya dah miss some of the questions? Saya bagi flexibility pada student saya because from my experience, I don't make my exam rigid in such a way that, sebab kalau you tengok dalam framework of flexible assessment yang UTM punya topik tu, dan dalam sekejap lagi, one of the technique on how to come up with authentic exam question is to give your students choice when it comes to what they need to submit. Although the question is still the same, but you can create various choices for your student to submit. Okay, so boleh kita move on sikit dulu? Ada lagi ke Daya yang saya terlepas soalan?
Yang Dr. Asma tu macam gitu. Untuk test apa yang pernah saya buat adalah student jawab dengan tangan dan submit dalam UMOL. Pelajar perlu tangkap gambar dan jadi PDF untuk masa 1 jam menjawab. Habis masa jawab, then baru saya akan tambah masa untuk submit 15 minit. Lagi satu daripada Dr. Muhaizam.
Yang Dr. Asma tu, yang Dr. Asma tu is the one yang saya pakai lah, sama je. Saya pun tak ada IT sangat sebenarnya. Okay je.
Daripada Dr. Muhaizam, student will ask us for another exam because during exam time, their house is without internet or electricity. Then can we use the same exam question for them based on other students? How about given the time to take exam offer for 1 day because of this technical problem? Thank you, Jeff. Ya, betul. Lagi sangat.
Nah, itulah yang tadi tu, technical issues, planning for kan. So, kalau macam you all, macam mana you all? So far saya ada masalah ni, student saya sebenarnya waktu exam memang hujan lebat, saya pun sama naik juga hujan lebat, student punya internet connection putus and all that. Tapi student masih boleh jawab dan untuk kali kedua dan kali ketiga semester yang lepas dan sebelum tu, saya tukar sikit saya punya planning for technical issues. Tadi one of the strategies to reduce cheating tadi tu, kita prohibit backtracking and kita limit dia punya windows. Disebabkan we encountered student having difficulties, unforeseen difficulties, kilat, banjir, whatsoever. Jadi saya prohibit backtracking, tetapi saya I lost my internet connection. Daya?
Ya, Doktor.
Saya nampak tadi saya punya internet connection tu lost.
Aha, sekejap. Ada.
Tapi sekarang dah ada
Dah okey dah.
So go back to technical issues ni, you need to saya rasa you need to refer to your exam section and also your faculty, sebab separuh exam section dengan faculty dia ada instruction yang tertentu. Tapi macam saya punya case, student tak pernah lah ada masalah tu, cuma dia masuk ward contohnya. Therefore memang kita akan bagi soalan yang berbeza. Kita tak akan bagi soalan yang sama. So in fact we have been asked to come up with two sets of exam questions, several sets lah untuk technical issues. So memang ada masalah dekat situ lah. Itulah saya rasa challenges of exam ni macam-macam. Okay. Ada lagi Hidayah dekat chat? Kalau satu bagi alasan technical issues, kita nak ada choice. Okay, submit bila you rasa sesuai. Tak berani nak push, nanti mental issues timbul pula. Betul? Sebab sekarang student ni sampai ambil suicide disebabkan oleh assessment. Hari tu student yang suicide tu pun kita dapat KPT lah, terima surat daripada Majlis Perwakilan Pelajar kan. And kalau you baca surat daripada Majlis Perwakilan Pelajar tu, the workload that the student mentioned is actually due to assessment sebenarnya. So we need to take care of the assessment lah. So if you trust the student, you can get the student to submit online, submit later, not during that time, tetapi maybe on the same day lah. So saya rasa banyak kena guna kebijaksanaan pensyarah tu. Tapi macam saya tak worry kalau saya ada masalah tu, sebab soalan saya memang, sebab dia soalan autentik, sebab dia tak boleh copy daripada kawan dia. Jadi saya tak kisah kalau let's say they have a breakdown in electricity, katalah dia nak kena submit 1 hour later or 3 hours later, saya tak ada issue lah. Tapi I think kalau soalan you tak authentic, mungkin you akan worry lah about giving them that flexibility to submit 2 to 3 hours after they have the either internet connection or electricity connection. Okay, so if we can move on to how do we write the exam questions, these are some of the advice lah on how to write the exam question. Tapi saya just nak tunjuk macam mana saya guna the two variables daripada buku tadi tu. So these are the 12 variables for your information that has been introduced in that particular book. Let's say if you like to design your project that you give to your students, you can use these design variables to design your project lah, so that your project is authentic in nature and they are good, typically good task-based project. However, I also found that parameter number 5 and also parameter number 9, that is student's choice, parameter number 5, degree of authenticity, are two parameters that I can use, embed them in the exam question, and I can get the results that I want. The results that I want is where students almost cannot cheat. So how do I use variable number 5 dulu? So variable number 5, if you look at variable number 5, there are 4 ways that has been recommended in that book on how we can create authenticity in our assessment instruction. So dalam konteks examination, there are 4 ways how we can create authentic exam question. One is we attach what we call context to the question. Second is we can actually attach real world process, task, tools, and quality standards to the question. Saya rasa kita pernah buatlah soalan yang jenis authenticity type yang nombor 2 ni, authenticity ways yang nombor 2. How to create authenticity, there's another way of creating authenticity is to ask student on the impact on others. And another one is personal authenticity. But to be honest, my 2 favorite ways of creating authenticity, be it in exam questions or in project or case-based or whatever it is number 1 and also number 4. Oops. Number 1 and also number 4 here. Number 4 kat sini ni. Personal authenticity and also context. So how do I attach it to my question? So you can see here, this is an example. You can see that learning outcome C2 saja, describe, student should be able to describe. So the rest are the subject content lah, apa yang student kena describe. So since student have to describe, soalan mesti suruh student describe. Okay, so typically this is the original questions intended to be given to the face-to-face exam. Okay, suruh je student describe. However, I realize that if I give this question to student, then they will be able to just regurgitate, reproduce my slide, because saya memang ada slide showing this. Okay, so how do I attach context? So here, when we talk about context, by the way, the one that I highlighted yellow is the stem of the question. We'll talk about the stem of the question. This is the one, this is the question that is measuring the learning outcome. So the stem of the question need to be kept in the question in order for us to reduce cheating. And when we attach context here, we just attach the context either in front or at the back of the question. So here I attach the context at the front, and I put there and I put a context where I want my students to assume that they are a junior technologist, because when they work, they are going to become a technologist for UMP graduates. Okay, so I asked them to assume that they are junior technologists, and they have to report to their senior technologists. And how they have to report it, they have to write a short note to their senior technologists. What are the notes supposed to be? The notes are supposed to be describing the soil formation. In this case, this is the questions that I would like, that the outcome would like to measure. Okay, and the rest of the description of the question is just putting context to the stem of the question. So that is how I make use of variable number 5, authenticity ways number 1. And you can see that there are other parts of the question number 1 dekat sini. And the second part of question number 1, if I can just show you dahulu, is how I attach variable number 9. Okay. Variable number 9 is actually a student's choice. Student's choice. So here you can see that I attach variable number 9, and again, student's choice. There are 4 ways on how we provide choices to our students. If it's a project, you can use either one of these 4 ways, but in exam question, I decided to use only one way. That is number 3, because there's not much to play around with variable number 9. Every student need to write a short note on describing the soil formation. However, the notes will have to be written with a different focus. Apa fokus yang berbeza sebenarnya? So walaupun semua student kena assume they are junior technologists, but student A perhaps decided to write on soil formation related to the soil near the seaside. Another student write the description of soil formation where the soil is actually near the hilltop. So basically, I give them several focus in relation to the stem of the question. So bila kita buat ni, kebarangkalian untuk student jawab sama tak begitu besar. Walaupun, okay, I'm sure some of you might say that, oh, kalau 2 student tu dia WhatsApp, kau pilih apa? Katalah dua-dua pilih seaside, dia boleh je copy each other kan? Yes, I do agree. There are still room for them to copy each other. However, as I mentioned, I don't use this measure alone. I use this measure together with 10 countermeasures that I mentioned earlier on. So the 10 countermeasures that I used earlier on, yang tadi tu lah saya bagi cuma half an hour. So dalam half an hour tu bila dia baca soalan dia nak faham dulu, lepas tu dia nak pilih pula yang mana satu and so and so. So that already take time. Yang kedua, dia nak cari kawan dia yang mana buat yang sama, that will also perhaps take time. So all these things after you have put consideration, that will give you an idea lah whether or not you reduce the windows for student to cheat or not. Okay, so attaching some of these parameter may help you to reduce cheating. And not only that, if you really katalah memang macam ghostbuster, really want to bust the cheating, saya rasa so far ni tak ada siapa pun kot berjaya to reduce cheating 100% kan. All I'm saying is that you can actually assign this to student, randomize it without none of your student know who actually get which focus. You can also do that. Katalah you macam tadi ada questionnya, katalah you terror IT. Bagi orang yang saya tak terror IT ni, saya buatlah soalan ni macam ni je. Katalah kita terror IT, kita boleh je buat questionnya such that student masuk dekat dalam sistem tu, kita dah bagi dia siap-siap dah siapa orang yang dia kena jadi. Siapa orang yang dia kena jadi tu, kita boleh pilih dekat sini. Okay. Bila kita nak attach context, how do we attach context? One is perhaps we can get students to assume whether katalah disiplin tu adalah mathematics. We can get students to assume that they are mathematicians, or whether they are an engineer who use a lot of mathematics, whether they are accountant, actuary, and all that. Okay, so similarly with, let's say the discipline is science, you can get your students to assume that they are biologists, botanists, and all that. So that is how we attach context authenticity in the question. So there, I'm sure you know what your student will be after they graduate. Therefore, you can use those actual roles lah ataupun actual profession and put them in your question. And another thing about context, we can also create a context where you can ask them to assume a particular role. Katalah dia scientist, biologist. However, report yang dia kena buat tadi tu adalah untuk audience yang berbeza. Ataupun dia kena tulis report untuk a particular audience. So that is also possible. We talk about using context authenticity. So you can ask them to assume that they are the katalah macam student saya tadi, dia memang jadi technologist. Bila dia kerja jadi technologist, they need to describe the soil formation to let's say to a farmer, to a family member, or to a judge. So basically these are the different audiences that we are talking about that is possible for us to get our student to produce different answers. So if for example you have 40 students and you have 40 lists here, you will definitely have students answer the question differently depending on the context and the focus that you have assigned to your student. Okay. Ada soalan tak sampai sini? Selalunya saya ada dapat soalan. Okay. Kalau tak ada soalan dulu, let's look at authenticity in the 4 ways. This is actually an excerpt daripada webinar from the book owner. Okay, and you can see here, for example, authenticity ni it can be in a form of fully authentic, it can be in a form of simulate authenticity or decontextualized authenticity. So these are all examples, not exam question example, because as I mentioned, this book are not meant for exam. This book are meant for you using the parameters to design the project or the typically alternative assessment. However, we can get an idea what do we mean, what is meant by what we call simulates authenticity and also full authenticity, and how we make use of the role, the audience and the situations and the kind of submissions that we expect from our students dekat situ lah for simulation authenticity. If you use the cuba tengok yang number two, okay, the use of real world processes. So how can we formulate exam question by asking students to use real world processes? I have experimented this one, but I do not actually assign one YouTube video to each of my students. That will create so much problem to me and to our students as well. But what I did later on, I will show how I did it. I actually asked them to really locate where they are according to their IC, and daripada situ dia kena describe tanah di locality mengikut IC mereka lah. So dalam real world processes ni ataupun tasks and tools, example that I give here is you can actually during the exam get your student to go to a certain URL. Katalah waktu dia kerja memang dia kena perform that particular task and all that. You can actually ask them, let's say this is typically what my student is supposed to perform when they work. So in exam, I can actually get them to have a look at this particular video, and I can prompt them structured questions on whether or not what has been performed is correct. And at the end of the day, again, it all depends on the learning outcome. What is it that you like to measure? When we talk about using the second way of authenticity, we are trying to create an exam such that during that short period of time, we give students something that they normally have to perform in real world lah. Kalau student language contohnya ataupun students yang social science, perhaps when they work, they need to come up with the posters, so you can ask them to come up with, answer the question through infographic using Canva if they have been trained how to use Canva lah. Tak kalau during exam barulah nak suruh dia buat a poster pakai Canva pula, nanti tak boleh perform benda tu. So that is authenticity, attaching authenticity yang jenis number 2. Impact on others, I think we have used this many times in our exam questions. Normally markah yang kita bagi pun selalunya tak berapa banyak lah. Kita bagi, kalau soalan tu typically maybe 15, kita maybe bagi 3 markah, 5 markah. Selalunya students complain lah, in fact anak saya pun complain, soalan-soalan HOTS ni sebenarnya ataupun soalan-soalan yang kita kena relate, kita kena tengok apa impact on others and all that, kadang-kadang dah lah student susah nak jawab dan tak boleh jawab. Ada yang tak jawab menyebabkan mereka rasa tak puas hati lah dengan exam tu. Dah lah tak boleh jawab, markahnya sikit. So saya pun banyak kali juga lah saya fikir ethically tentang perkara ni. But whatever it is, the third way of creating authenticity is to attach to the question on how does students, katalah student have to do a problem, typical problem solving, ataupun to look at a particular case, and finally your question will have them to talk about impact on, katalah keluarga dia sendiri, impact pada diri dia sendiri, impact kepada society dia kat keliling rumah and all that. So that will create not only impact on others. The example that I've given to you is if you use things like that, you are actually combining way number 4 to number 3 all together in creating authenticity to your questions. So that will make it even harder for your students to copy each other. Okay, the one that I use most is personal authenticity lah. So normally, and I learned about personal authenticity a lot when I was in Manchester. I joined the staff training program, and one of the module that I've joined is learning theories. And basically we had to go through all the PowerPoints, the podcasts, and also the journal paper before we sit for the 4 hours face-to-face. That is how their training was designed. So before we join the face-to-face session, we have been given what we call a pre-session worksheet. In that pre-session worksheet, there's only 3 questions that we need to answer. And we participant, we cannot copy each other's answer dekat pre-session worksheet tu. Sebab the pre-session worksheet is phrased in such a way that it has personal authenticity in it. For example, dia tanya, how do you use this learning theory in your subject or in your class? When do you actually describe, when do you actually use this? What is your opinion of this learning theory when you apply it with your students? So it's all about you, it's all about your class. So you cannot use your colleagues' answer during this session, during the face-to-face session, to describe it, to answer to that pre-session worksheet question. So with that experience, I use personal authenticity as well in my exam question, right? Before I show another example of how to come up with authentic exam question, I would like to go through a little bit on students' choice and voice. I think it is self-explanatory in all this, on all these 4 boxes. What do we mean by same product, same focus, different product, same focus? When we talk about product, product is what you ask your student to submit. For example, a report, a presentation. A report is a product. A presentation is a product. A video is a product. Okay. So you can play around whether or not, if when you give your student same question, you allow your student to submit various different product. Okay. Because I love the idea of giving student choice and voice. As I mentioned, again, it boils down to flexible assessment and also inclusivity. Some students, they are not good at presentation. Some students are really good at writing. So allow them to tell you that they have achieved that particular learning outcome by their written work. But for those who are having problem with language, with writing style, with writing, for example, people like me, let them show their ability that they have achieved the learning outcome through, for example, presentation. Some are not really good in both. Some are really perhaps good in coming up with prototype, with blueprint, with whatever it is. So student by right should be given the choice. Sebab tu dalam flexible education, all these can be negotiated. Yang ni kita rasa macam pening lah kan, tapi flexible assessment has been carried out many times lah by quite a lot of people. Before the semester begins, sebenarnya benda ni has been negotiated between the lecturers and students. So student can actually decide, okay, for this particular learning outcome, I would like to sit for this particular types of assessment. And this is the form of submission that I'm going to give you. So student will have to agree with the lecturers. Okay, so that is what we meant by different product. Focus is, if you look at what it meant by focus, macam yang kita tunjuk tadi lah, for example, focus, like in here, you can see either you would like the focus to be in a certain areas, in a certain theme, in a certain context. So those are what we meant by focus here. So we would like to have a look at how student choice and voice been applied to a typical mathematical question. For example, this is an exam question. This is not an exam question. This is a short task-based question that student will have to perform in class. A student has been given two functions. They have to plot this function P and function R. And normally soalan matematik kita suruhlah student cari intersection of these two graphs. You know, kalau kita lukis graph ni nanti kita akan dapat graph ni akan intercept each other. And selalunya itu je lah kita suruh student report. Okay. Tapi if you look very carefully, if we want the learning to be having a value application, and we associate to the real use of the subject content, we can attach scenarios. So in here you can see there are 3 scenarios that has been created by the teacher so that they make use of the subject content, and you can see that the first scenario is how this particular entrepreneur can actually maximize dia punya profit, kan? Yang nombor 2 ni macam mana, for example, typical university student can actually use that mathematical concept or and also content in their everyday life in saving money. And scenario number 3 is how they can use the same principle from these 2 functions. They can actually maximize from the intercept. They can maximize how they can deal with playing football. So these are basically some of the example how people deal with creating authentic assessment instructions, or you can also try and play around with some of these methods in coming up with your exam question as well. Right? So this is the second part of the question. Yang ni saya dah tunjuk. Cuma yang ni saya nak tunjuk after first semester, saya eksperimen yang ni lah, saya guna 2 variables yang ni. Lepas tu saya fikir-fikir takkanlah the next semester saya nak bagi soalan yang lebih kurang sama, cuma different role. Sekarang ni fokus pun different tapi masih lagi format macam ni. I told myself if I do this, the second cohort dia akan tengok soalan lepas dan dia akan dah prepare dah jawapan dia. So in the second semester during the COVID tu, second time lah, maknanya semester 1 2020 2021, I decided to embed personal authenticity. Saya embed authenticity with task based. So what I meant by task based is that saya ambil personal authenticity dekat sini, tetapi saya juga suruh dia all buat sesuatu. So apa dia sesuatu yang mereka perlu buat ialah not only I ask them to use their ID card, okay, my card Malaysia tu, they have to declare, tunjuk dia punya gambar ID tu. Lepas tu they have to identify daripada, they have to go to this laman web lah, okay. Bagi siapa yang ada masalah data, that is why I mentioned to you, you need to collect data lah, you need to find out who your learners are. Jadi saya nampak sebab ada student yang ada masalah internet, ada masalah data, jadi siapa yang tak boleh pergi laman web ni, sebenarnya dalam soalan tu saya ada bagi map ni. So bila saya bagi map ni, what they need to do is they need to actually identify tempat dia punya address tu according to dia punya my card, and letak dia punya location dekat situ. And then the stem of the question is still kat bawah ni, student still have to actually describe dia punya describe dia punya solve formation dekat bawah. So the stem of the question is actually here, but the top part, part A, B, C are the task, the task yang requires personal authenticity di situ. So that is how I evolved lah from the normal face-to-face type of exam questions to using two variables in coming up with authentic exam question to the stage where my exam question is now task-based and also personalized or authentic, with personal authenticity. Okay. Then I also realised that kalau dah bagi soalan macam ni, apa lagi soalan yang kita boleh bagi kat student supaya student tak boleh meniru. Daya, boleh stopkan saya kalau ada soalan ni from time to time. Ataupun saya nak check, saya describe dulu yang third one, sekejap. So the third one yang saya dah eksperimen dan sekarang ni tengah buat ialah saya create pula sebab we are the technical university. So we talk about technical university meaning that 50% of our content must be practical, hands-on in nature. So saya dah eksperimen ni, what I did was I created a miniaturized, what I call a miniaturized lab. Why do I call it miniaturized lab? Because normally kalau student ambil subjek ni, dia kebiasaannya lah, pelajar ni dia akan pergi lab, dia buat eksperimen tu di lab, dan lepas tu dia kena hantar lab report. Dalam masa yang sama, normally how we teach this subject is that we give student lab data in the class. Macam contohnya sekarang subjek tu memang tak ada lab. Jadi apa yang kita buat ialah in order for them to be able to perform when they work, because that particular topic is very important, we give them lab data and they have to perform certain tasks with the lab data. Tetapi perasan tak, kalau dia pergi lab, student ni bila dia pergi lab, normally dia buat je lab tapi dia pun tak tahu apa yang dia buat. This is a very typical cookbook style lab. Normally students like unconscious. Bila kita bagi dia lab data pula dalam kelas, suruh dia perform the task, buat, kira macam bagi dia tutorial lah. Dia tak nampak pula bahan tu sebab dia tak pegang, dia tak rasa dan dia tak perform the actual thing. So when I consider these two, I decided to now, because lab work is also an exam. Kita bagi dia masa 3 jam untuk dia buat lab tu, lepas tu dia dapat data, dia proses, lepas tu dia hantar dalam masa berapa hari lah. Okay. Selalunya kadang-kadang tutorial ni pun kita bagi dia dalam soalan test pun sometimes kita bagi soalan yang sama macam tutorial yang kita bagi kat dia. So in here I decided to combine personal authenticity tadi tu dengan task based. Kalau tadi task based dia hanya yang ala setakat tengok internet je, kali ni I decided to make sure that the task based is real hands-on task based. So what I did was I miniaturized the lab work, turn it into something that is portable and something that I can send it to my students via post-laju or via any means of courier. So setiap student dapat, every student get different combination of materials in the package. So none of them get same amount of material here. Mula-mula saya fikir pening kepala jugalah saya nak prepare bahan ni sebab setiap student akan dapat different bahan dan different grams berat bahan tu. Tetapi masa preparation of this, masa saya eksperimen benda ni, during the preparation of this what I call it kit, sebenarnya tak susah sebab saya just guna sudu masuk kan setiap, sebab it was not weighted, so setiap student memang definitely dapat bahan yang Berbeza combination dan berbeza berat dia. Jadi disebabkan oleh berbeza berat dan sebagainya, setiap student jawapan dia takkan sama. Takkan sama. So soalan dia sama, instruction sheets for every students are the same. But students' individual answers are totally not the same at all. And eventually they will have to take pictures of the samples that received. They will have to take pictures of the final samples that they will have to, after they have performed all the tasks, they will have to take the final combined samples that they need to put up as their answers. So I've experimented this not in a form of an exam yet, but just in a form of a simple tutorial. But I intend to uplift and bring this method of examination further, so that so that I can be comfortable about creating not only authentic exam questions, but it's also hands-on authentic task-based exam. So this is my current project lah for your information. Boleh Daya, kita dah pukul 12.20, jadi I would like to address, kalau ada soalan please stop me at any time. I would like to address a common question lah. Selalunya bila saya present part ni, common questions that lecturer ask, Doktor, kalau saya bagi soalan tu student ada different context, ataupun dia kena tulis jawapan dia, sebab jawapan dia, kita buat soalan autentik, maknanya jawapan student tak sama. Jadi adakah marking scheme kita pun perlu pelbagai? Jawapannya tidak, marking scheme you tetap sama. Because your marking scheme will follow the stem of the question. The stem of the question is related to the learning outcome. So macam tadi, kalau kita tengok, soalan masih lagi pada soal description. Regardless lah whether it is jenis yang ada context and also different choice and voice ni, kalau saya attach dua-dua ni, markah masih lagi pada yang warna kuning tu. Markah diberi bergantung kepada how student describe the soal, because that is what it says in the learning outcome. Dan untuk task based pun sama juga. Markah bukannya pada yang ke atas-atas ni. Okay. Markah masih lagi pada soal formation tadi tu. Tetapi dalam konteks dia punya area. So macam dekat sini, yang ini sebab learning outcome yang lain. So markah masih lagi pada learning outcome itu walaupun student dapat bahan yang sangat berbeza. So all I'm saying is that although you created authentic exam questions, or HOTS questions, if you attach, for example, just now, impact on others as well, the mark masih lagi perlu diberi kepada learning outcome. So like in here, this is the, just to give you an idea, this is the original face-to-face exam question, and this is what I expect student to answer lah. This is actually from one of my slide. So you can imagine if I put up that question during the remote online, student will just, bila saya buat dia sebagai open book, student will just have to copy paste dan hantar lah. Tetapi bila soalan tu dah jadi authentic macam ni, kita dah ada the type of soal near your house, semua tu they have to, so this is the stem of the question. So jawapan dia masih lagi yang ini, because this is what I am testing my students. I want my student to be able to describe how the soil is actually formed from rock. Lepas tu dia akan go through all these processes sampailah this particular thing is formed. So similarly with other authentic question that I've created lah. So other authentic question I've created tu pun sama juga. What I would like student to be able to produce is the description or the narrative of what is shown in this particular diagram here. So sebenarnya walaupun you attach authenticity choices and all that, jawapan marking scheme masih sama because the marking scheme is based on the learning outcome and is based on the stem of the question. Saya harap okey. Cuba kita check dekat chat. Okey. Focus. Kalau ada question, do you mean that students have the opportunity beforehand to choose the assessment? Itu kalau misalnya student choose different type of assessment ni, kalau misalnya your institution ataupun in your course you allow flexible assessment. Kalau flexible assessment is practiced and allowed by your institution and by your faculty, yes, you will have a negotiation and your student have the chance to choose the type of assessment and how they can submit for that particular assessment. Tapi kalau institution dan fakulti you tak benarkan, tak boleh lah. Kat sini soalan dia ialah student look at this question to look at degree of authenticity. They would not think on themselves reflecting what they have. Dr. Muhaizam, can you help me on the question? What they have.
Ya, boleh? Ya. Okey. Contoh dia, kalau soalan-soalan yang kita tanya tu mudah dapat jawapan dalam Google.
Itu tak otentik lah.
So, adakah dia layak untuk kita iktiraf student tu menjawab soalan? Bagi jawab.
Kalau kita yang design soalan yang membolehkan dia buat macam tu, in the first place, kita lah kena tanya sama ada kita boleh tak award student tu.
Okay.
So what is it that we would like to get from that assessment that we put our student into? Kan?
Selalunya kalau saya elakkan tanya soalan berkaitan definisi. Sebab dalam Google selalunya kalau saya minta student jawab online assessment, sebab saya mengajar subjek banking. So saya akan tanya direct, saya suka student ceritakan proses. Contohnya saya buat student untuk tunjukkan produk dia. So daripada produk yang dia buat tu, so kalau produk tu mengikut kriteria yang masa saya ajar tu, okey lah. Dia sebab dia tak boleh dapat hasil tu daripada Google. Dia kena create. Dia lebih kepada content creation. Baru saya bagi markah. Kalau definition.
Tapi kalau learning outcome dia memang definition.
Sebab tu saya cuba manipulate. Kalau describe, saya dalam online assessment ni memang saya elakkan daripada dia mudah dapat dalam Google. Kalau dia
Okay, let us have a little bit of discourse. Katalah memang learning outcome subject tu ialah describe ataupun memang learning outcome subject tu adalah define. Maknanya kita mesti kena buat soalan define and soalan describe. Jadi kita tak bolehlah macam soalan tu suruh define tapi kita suruh dia come up ataupun create dengan satu produk. Jadi,
so dari segi define tu, contohnya doktor, bila dia create satu produk baru, so the definition tentang produk dia, itulah dia. Saya bagi markah untuk LO define. Kalau dia define salah, ikut produk dia dan tak memenuhi pada definition tu lah, outcome tu. Saya lebih kepada authenticity tu lebih kepada student punya originality rather than dia dapat content daripada, contohnya daripada sumber yang sedia ada lah. Itu maksud saya.
Boleh, tapi I think you need to find out further at the end of the day. Kalau katalah you research into what you have done so far, in order to find out clearly lah whether you have done it correctly or whether it requires an improvement, you can do a little bit of research lah on what you have practiced so far. Sebab kalau student rasa, oh sebenarnya I nak kena define je, tapi I kena buat ni. So macam saya bincang tadi, when it comes to assessment, kita kena juga address perkara-perkara like fairness, SLT, dari segi other assessment principles lah. Sebab defined by right kalau kita tengok dalam Bloom's taxonomy is C1 kan. Dia low lah taxonomy level. So kalau C1 tu sepatutnya effortless lah untuk student perform that particular action. Jadi katalah LO kita tu define. Kita ada Dr. Amy raise hand, boleh juga.
Okay.
Kejap saya.
Tak apa. Okay, tunggu Dr. Aisyah cakap dululah.
Sebab kalau define, takkan kita nak keluarkan soalan dalam kes online ni. Define, memang student akan cheat kan. Dia boleh dapat kat Google, dia boleh buka buku, tanya kawan dan sebagainya. Tapi saya rasa kalau nak create maybe authenticity, you boleh je suruh student define in their own words. But they still boleh copy. Kalau you tak nak bagi dia copy, suruhlah dia record in their own words. Record dia punya definition with their own words tu. Menggelabah jugalah student kalau nak record definition by their own words tu. That is also
Okay, biasanya macam subjek saya, subjek saya lebih kepada teknikal. Contohnya, saya minta dia define. So, dia kena come out dengan coding. Coding. Produk tu ada coding. So, definition itu adalah terms coding. So,
ataupun satu lagi yang maybe we can try out like what Prof Samble suggest tadi tu. Kalau you tengok dalam dia punya notes yang dia keluarkan early this year, kalau tak silap saya, ataupun last year, kalau kita nak suruh student define pun, kita create soalan definition tu in reflective manner. Maknanya reflective question punya type, tapi suruh student define kan. Define in your own words in the context of ini contohnya kan. That's how you create that context authenticity.
Correct, Doktor. Cuma je in real life, in their own words tu takkan jadi.
Ya, betul.
Melainkan kalau kita
Dr. Aisyah, Dr. Muhaizam, sorry. Just nak bagi, I think what Dr. Muhaizam punya scenario saya pun mengalami. But it's true, kita kan akan rasa that very difficult student untuk bagi their own words because they tend to, apa orang kata, depend on Google or what not. Bagi saya buat cara ini my own experience lah. Saya memang seolah-olah nak lari daripada dia orang copy and paste. Tapi saya telah buat cara Dr. Aisyah cakap tadi, reflective tu memang saya berjaya lah. Memang kita nampak, tak nampak kita kata dia describe. Tapi the objective kita learning outcome tu. So saya tak akan combine learning outcome saya in one exam. Saya akan pecahkan dia. Meaning that kalau let's say kalau Dr. Muhaizam kata dalam satu exam tu you nak test on technical is by all means, but bagi saya mungkin ada satu macam quiz ke oral ke, you sendiri buat section lah. Bagi saya a variety of assessment or assignment yang boleh tackle that the word describe or define tadi lah. Sebab saya rasa benda tu tak banyak dalam learning outcome, is not high percentage. Tapi saya memang guna reflection tu. Mula-mula saya a bit, orang kata, skeptical. Tapi when I do read, and then is actually how we write our scenario tu. Kita make the student in position, they need to describe, they need to define. then baru dia boleh buat discussion answer tu. Wallahualam, itu daripada saya punya experience lah.
Saya pernah keluarkan, thank you Dr. Amy. Sebabnya saya pun banyak guna that type. Satu lagi, kalau you notice, apa yang Dr. Amy bincang tadi tu, that is assessment principle yang sangat penting. Kalau kita nak assess student a particular learning outcome, we cannot use only one type of assessment, because kita tahu relying on a single source to decide whether student have achieved a particular learning outcome is not reliable. Therefore, to ensure reliability, normally kita akan guna at least 2 types of assessment. So what I like about Dr. Amy punya method tadi, okay, satu you pakai test, yang ataupun pakai quiz, dan satu lagi you pakai contohnya oral exam, ataupun you boleh pakai interview, you boleh pakai student punya whatever lah, reflective punya section ke whatever it is. So soalan saya, contohnya saya memang dalam subjek saya memang student memang kena define soil contohnya in civil engineering. So saya punya soalan adalah saya tak suruh student define, tetapi saya bagi student definition. Lepas tu saya tanya dengan student, definition ni kalau pakai dekat dalam tanah dekat Malaysia, saya pula tunjuk contohnya dekat Bukit Antarabangsa punya tanah punya cross section, ataupun saya tunjuk gambar tipikal tanah kat Malaysia. Saya tanya dengan dia, definition ni boleh pakai tak? So they have to relate and they have to reflect dalam konteks Malaysia, boleh ke tidak. So soalan masih lagi soalan definition. However, itulah macam Dr. Amy sebut tadi, kalau kita, and macam Prof. Sample punya suggestion, if you use a reflective question, sebenarnya boleh juga sebenarnya dapat kita move away from student doing all kinds of cheating lah. Tetapi method yang Dr. Muhaizam guna tadi tu, if it's workable for you and can also be used by others and workable by others, by all means,
usually I also beside coding, I also ask student when define, suruh diorang buat role play.
Boleh.
So instead of them writing, sebab writing ni copy paste kan, so bila role play tu seronok dah dalam kelas.
Betul. Memang there are so many ways lah actually nya. So we are not exhaustive of the typical exam yang saya tunjuk ni lah, but nevertheless saya tunjuk all these typical ni sebabnya some of us perhaps macam masih ada lagi kekeliruan on or trying to find ways on how can we perform traditional standardized exam but appropriate enough for it to be done in a remote online situation. So bila saya try method ni, saya nampak keberkesanan dia quite good lah. Sebab kalau misalnya student cheat, I'm sure graph ni dia akan skewed lah kepada semua orang boleh jawab, ataupun semua orang middle, ataupun semua orang tak boleh jawab. Tapi kalau kita tengok distribution of student scores kat sini, it shows that memang ada student yang boleh jawab, ada student tak boleh jawab, dan ada student yang perform quite well. So dan bila saya examine dia punya script pun, sebenarnya saya tengok memang tak ada yang sama. So I'm quite happy with my experiment. Then kalau you tengok soalan yang kedua yang saya bagi dekat student ni, rather than asking them to write, memang dia kena record dia punya voice to explain apa yang dia dah kira sebelum ni. Pengiraan ni dia boleh copy daripada kawan. Tetapi bila dia nak explain kenapa jawapan dia macam tu, apa pengiraan, macam mana pengiraan yang dia dah buat tu, dia kena record dia punya jawapan tu. So yang ini yang student memang struggle, sebab kalau dia copy daripada kawan dia memang tak boleh explain dan tak boleh justify. Daripada situ kita dah tahulah sama ada dia memang submit dia punya sole individual work ataupun tidak. So those are basically macam Dr. Manizam cakap tadi tu, pakai role play semua tu, those are very authentic lah in nature. So saya rasa tak ada banyak perkara yang saya nak bincang lagi tentang how do we write exam questions. Satu satu lagi yang saya nak share because we almost there, dah 12.37 ni. So saya akan run through very quickly other example. Ini pakai real world of work punya question. Contohnya macam dekat sini Prof Aziz ni, dia bagi dekat student dia the actual pamphlet daripada company. Lepas tu exam question dia will based on the pamphlet. Because at the end of the day memang student dia kena tahulah benda-benda ni dan kena perform perhaps some of this work. Yang macam tadi tu MEQ types of questions. And saya rasa yang ini pun saya tak go through, but I just put them on the slides. The types of essay questions that we can write if we do give student essay questions in our exam. There are speculative type, assertion, macam-macam lah jenis dekat situ. So in less than half an hour, what I would like to finally discuss is the third outcome of this session, looking forward to digitalization and exam. So I got this idea when I attended this forum, digital exam forum last year, and I realized, oh, there are so many types of digital exam nowadays. Sebab saya pun tak pernah try dan tak pernah terfikir benda ni. Sekarang ni pun exam, you can see here, students sit for exam but they bring their own device. It is open book, they bring their own device, and in fact the exam is collaborative, nampak kan? Kalau kita back to face nanti pun sebenarnya, can we allow this kind of exam tanpa suruh staff daripada exam section untuk susun kursi meja and all that. Student masih lagi kena jawab individually, sebab you tengok dekat dalam illustration ni, you can see that the question still need to be assessed using student punya laptop. That is what they call bring your own device punya method. Jadi student kena jawab straight away pada device tu lah. Okay, pada device tu. Tapi they sit in group, so meaning that they can ask their friends, but each of them will have to perform maybe different tasks, and they get different set of data. And once they have performed the task with their own data, they will have to put back their answer in the exam platform or exam system that has been made available for them lah. So this is roughly the kind of exam that we can move on to. Dan kalau kita tengok kat sini, during that forum, we have been recommended, this is the practice from Australia, to come up with authentic exam questions such that during the exam, student will have to perform perkara-perkara yang memang dia kena perform waktu dia kerja. So let's say if they have to write a report, typically bukan report kena tulis pakai tangan. Kita ni suka sangat contohnya buat soalan exam yang dah lah simulated authenticity. Lepas tu student just jawab exam, tetapi sebenarnya kita tahu subject content tu is actually related to the real world of work. Why can't we just ask student to soalan tu in such a way that jawapan dia tu adalah the actual thing that they do when they work. So that is what has been recommended with that forum in terms of examination, which we can actually do it in a digital in the digital age. So you can see here, although this is an exam, okay, tu saya kata kita kena check lah dari segi student connectivity and all that. Bila kita dah balik nanti, let's say kita buat hybrid and kita buat exam, tapi exam kita macam Dr. Mariza, kalau exam you dalam you punya computing lab, perhaps you can get your students obviously have to do the programming there and then kalau engineering, if you have a software for student to access, you make sure that during the exam, students should be able to access the software at the same time also to submit their answer in the exam platform. So these are the kind of exam that they are talking about that we can consider and move on. Post-paper exam, so we can see here, we can actually gamify the exam. We can get students to go to other websites and do all kinds of things before they go back and put their answers in the exam platform. So these are the trends and what other people have practicing at the moment. You can see here where students are being asked to use the real Excel to problem solve, typically in that discipline. And then they will have to put back the answer in the LMS or in the exam platform, right? So this is something that I'm sure UUM punya School of Economics ataupun typically untuk medical school, they have been using this quite some times now, where you use this virtual world third live in the exam. So you can get your student to enter the exam hall and to go into an avatar and perform a task. Let's say he need to see a client and solve a problem, and from whatever the interaction in this third live is considered as the student's answer, and that is how the exam is actually performed. Contohnya in dental school, the fact that it is not easy nowadays to find a patient, although you can actually pay them. Jadi sekarang ni kadang-kadang dia guna ni lah, virtual world. You have simulated patients, so you go into your dental practice and then you look at the patient, you punya animated patient punya gigi and all that, and then you prescribe and then you start doing whatever the activity. So that's what the assessment is all about. Macam pilot masuk dekat dalam dia punya apa tu simulation for the exam. So that is what this is all about. So this is not something new actually, except that perhaps we have not been using it. So similarly, using the AR for exam is also something that we can consider in future. Okay, cuba problems dengan digital exam ni for future use, I think we need to consider satu, it is authentic. However, and we need to consider scalability lah, whether it is doable and whether it is cost effective for your institution and also for your discipline is also something that you need to consider. Finally, I think before these are some things that we have discussed, so I skip. During the exam, all I'm saying is that make sure that you open up your exam hall early. And get your students, take the attendance, take attendance ni boleh macam-macam lah, can be in a form of you call out names and all that. And then from time to time, perhaps you can get a screen capture of the situation during the exam. So this is how I keep my log during the exam, just to give an idea what I mean by monitoring the exam conduct. Saya tak pasti di UUM how you should be keeping your log. Is it connecting? Okay, so this is my this is not the official report required by my faculty. There's another document that we need to fill in. However, this is my personal report during final exam in case of anything happen. Boleh nampak ke? Okay, kan? So saya letak dekat situ all this information about when do I open up my cyber exam hall, the duration, what platform do I use to communicate, and then is there any correction to the question, and you can see there how do I take my attendance, and when do I actually give my student briefing for them to answer the question. And I also collect technical issues report, for example, students having problems with their internet and all that. And also what are the actions that I take when I got those reports. So these are the kind of things that I put in my personal exam report. And I also have a snapshots of how do I communicate with my students from time to time during the exam, including if I make announcement to the briefing, to putting up questions, and also a question that I put up in the LMS, snapshots of submission as well. How many have submitted at what particular time. So those are the screenshots that I collected during the actual conduct of the exam, right? And I think finally, this is something that is required obviously by your institution. You need to submit your invigilators report, and also similarly, what I would like to finish up is for us to consider doing this when we mark the online exam. Obviously, just now we were talking about strategies on how to reduce cheating and how we come up with exam questions so that we can reduce cheating even further. Therefore, waktu kita mark tu, my suggestion is for us to look at the trends of students' answer. I normally take a notes lah. I have a separate piece of paper, or I have the Word document open up already. I make a note. Question number 1, what are the student struggle? Apa yang student tak boleh jawab? Kenapa student tak boleh jawab? Berapa ramai yang ada pattern cheating ke tidak? For example, there are only 3 types of answers. So there must be 3 big groups yang cheat ni. So those are the kind of notes that we take lah. The reason why we take those notes is to allow us to make a continual improvement to our practice when it comes to remote online exam, so that we can put them in our invigilators report and also in our OBE system, so that we can close the loop for the next semester. For the time being, saya rasa accreditation maybe belum probe lagi into this, but maybe in future we can be and we will be probe for our conduct in the assessment. So saya rasa that is all my sharing today, and I would like to thank everybody who stay on to this session. And I do hope that we had good sharing from others as well. For those who have shared, thank you so much. Kalau ada lagi soalan ataupun last burning questions, we can share here or clarify. Saya? Ada?
Ada. Tak ada soalan ke?
Assalamualaikum, saya tak ada soalan. Tapi from what I understand, nama saya Faizunia anyway. From what I dapat lah daripada our whole session hari ni, I think we should dah move on. From what I get lah, we should have move on from the traditional exam-based kind of courses. Assessment should be there, but it shouldn't be focused on exams. We have other methods of making sure that, because the most important thing is for us to ensure that the student learn. That is the objective of this course. That make sure that the student learn that whatever we want them to learn for that course. So the assessment is just to ensure that at the end of the day, at the end of the course, that they get what we are trying to give them. So jadinya saya rasa tak semestinya dalam bentuk exams. Yeah, it could be in other way, that just to make sure that they learn. Itu sahaja.
Correct. I do agree with you, and in fact, itulah saya kata recent journal paper, due to pandemic, a lot of people said that we should consider and move on to other forms of assessment. However, I think we have to bear in mind that sebab tu saya tanya dalam Mentimeter earlier on, why do we use an exam? Some of us have to use it because it is a requirement either by professional body or it is a requirement by institution. Memang kita tak boleh nak lari lah. Jadi kalau misalnya benda tu directive dan kita memang kena juga buat assessment, kita kena buat exam. Exam is a compulsory component in our course. So suka tak suka, we still need to find a way how to do it best dalam keadaan remote online. Saya rasa that is what I hope lah the organizer have the intention on this particular session. In case kita kena juga buat exam. So kalau kita kena juga buat exam, what strategies can we use and how we can do it best lah. Okay, thank you so much. Again, kalau tak
Thank
ada,
you.
thank you. Kalau tak ada, saya nak mohon maaf. As I mentioned, I'm not a professor in education. I'm just sharing my personal experiences and my experiments. So there are bound to be lots of mistakes and also kekurangan. So I do like to apologize. So whatever that you think not appropriate, not suitable, you can just put it aside. Whatever that you think you would like to experiment, if it does not yield the same outcome to whatever that I shared with you earlier on, it is okay, because we know when it comes to education, it is highly contextual. It is so intimate. Whatever happened between you and your students is unique. So it cannot be similar with what happened with others, although certain methods has been reported as best practices or effective, proven effective. So thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih Doktor. Jumpa lagi next time.
Terima kasih ya Doktor.
Thank you so much. Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.